Hey there, I'm so glad you found my channel and are listening to my audiobooks, and I hope you really enjoy them. If you could just do me a favor, if you do like my audiobooks, it would help me so much if you would like and subscribe to this channel, like and comment on the video so that it can get out to even more readers. And I hope you enjoy the book. Happy listening.
Kiss Me in the Rain, a Kiss Me Romance, written by Lindzee Armstrong, narrated by Hutchins. Man cannot discover new oceans unless he has the courage to lose sight of the shore. Andre Gide. Chapter 1. A summer in Europe was the stuff of fairy tales, but nothing beat coming home, even if it was with a cracked heart and bruised ego. Anticipation welled in Layla's stomach as she tore down the black top in her cherry-red convertible, drinking in the ancient cypress trees draped in Spanish moss. Hot wind whipped her dark hair against her designer sunglasses. Clouds gathered overhead, and the air grew heavy with humidity. 4 months away from South Carolina. 3 as a chaperone for Destiny tours, and another at her family's Italian villa, was too long. She rounded a bend in the road, and an elegant sign appeared before the turn for Cypress Grove. Neatly mowed clover surrounded its base, and ivy climbed up the stone. She still remembered the day that sign had been installed. She'd been 5 years old and so excited to see all the brides that would flock to the mansion. Layla snorted and turned down the narrow lane, pressing the pedal a bit harder. Thunder rumbled through the sky. She had maybe 10 minutes before the heavens opened. A twinge of pain plucked at her heart, but she pushed it back. She wasn't about to let some boy ruin rainstorms for her. She was done with men for the foreseeable future. A girl could only handle so many rejections before her self-esteem started to suffer. The green leaves of tobacco plants peeked through tree branches. She caught sight of a combine working on the last of the harvest, and a flood of happy memories engulfed her. She'd always loved harvest season, when the plantation bustled with activity from dawn until dusk. She belonged in South Carolina, far away from the flirty man with lanky limbs and an adorable smile, who loved to tease but couldn't make an actual move. Stupid shy Tyler. Why couldn't she get him out of her head? As Layla rounded a bend in the road, the mansion finally came into view. The elegant white marble columns rose toward the graying sky, making her breath catch and heart swell with pride. 3 white service vans were parked in the circular driveway with company logos on the side. There was probably a wedding at the mansion tonight. Ever since Cypress Grove had been featured in Southern Bride magazine, the place had been booked solid. Layla bypassed the mansion, taking the private drive that led to her family's home a half a mile away. The federal-style red brick came into view. It had been the original plantation home, built in the early 1700s, and wasn't as grand as the mansion that followed 70 years later, but Layla had loved growing up there. She parked in the driveway and raised the top on her convertible as thunder cracked once more. She didn't bother grabbing her luggage. Alfonso would get it later. Her sandaled feet touched the concrete drive, and heat radiated through her shoes to fill her soul. Home. She glanced again at the sky. Perhaps 5 minutes until the storm started. She couldn't wait to sit on the veranda and watch as thick drops pelted the pond that lay between her home and the mansion. The front door flew open and Gloria rushed down the steps, her sagging arms open wide. Her blonde hair sported new streaks of gray, and frizzy locks escaped her tight bun. "Welcome home, Miss Layla," she said. Layla wrapped her arms around the woman. Gloria smelled faintly of jasmine and orange glow, instantly triggering the nostalgia of childhood. "It's great to be back," Layla said. "How are you?" "Oh, we've all been getting along just fine," Gloria said. "Your mama and daddy are on the veranda. I'll bring out a fresh pitcher of sweet tea in a jiffy." "That sounds divine," Layla said, perching her sunglasses on top of her head. "I haven't had a decent glass since I left. Does Camille have the day off?" She was usually the employee who served drinks to the family. "Something like that." Gloria waved her arms, glancing at the clouds that grew ever closer. "Come in before the rain lets loose." Layla raised an eyebrow, but followed Gloria inside. Had Camille quit? The dark mahogany crown molding and antebellum period reproduction wallpaper wrapped around Layla like a comforting blanket. She ran her hand over the carved back of a settee as she passed through the living room, then let herself out onto the back veranda. Her mother rested in a chaise lounge, her bottle blonde hair spilling over her shoulders as she worked on a crossword puzzle. Daddy stood at the railing, facing the pond dotted in lily pads and the sweeping columns of the mansion. The scene was a familiar one, and Layla's bruised heart gave a happy flutter. She shouldn't have stayed in Italy for so long. She'd missed afternoon tea with her parents, lightning bugs in the evenings, and helping out with events at the mansion. Originally, she'd planned to return to South Carolina as soon as her summer job with Destiny Tours ended, but after the relationship that wasn't, she needed an escape. A strong jaw, freckled face, and messy blonde hair that sometimes glinted red flashed into her mind before she pushed it away. Tyler had been a summer fling, if she could count flirting as a fling. Now summer was over. Time to embark on her next adventure. Maybe she'd remodel the pool house or offer to help out at the mansion. She hadn't hosted a party in way too long. Thunder boomed, and lightning streaked across the sky. Any minute now, the clouds would unleash their fury. Her mother clicked a pen and scrawled a word in her puzzle as Daddy shifted, resting his hands on the porch railing. Layla grinned, making her footfalls heavy so she wouldn't startle them. "Morning." Daddy turned around, his suit coat uncharacteristically rumpled. Mom rose from the chair, a smile gracing her lips. "Baby," Mom said, wrapping Layla in a tight hug. "We're so glad you're home." Layla hung on a second longer than necessary, burying her face in her mom's stiff, aerosol-scented hair. "It's nice to be back." "We missed you," Daddy said. Layla gave him a tight hug as well. The dark shadows under his eyes said he'd spent too many long nights at the office. "How was Italy?" Mom asked. "Beautiful, as always," Layla said. "I decided to renovate the master bedroom at the villa. You'll love the fabrics I chose." "Without asking me?" Daddy asked. Layla blanched at the tight edge to his voice. "I didn't think you'd mind. Mom's been talking about it for ages, and I needed a project." Gloria wheeled a cart onto the patio, the clatter of the steel wheels against the Trex planks interrupting their conversation. Layla gratefully accepted a glass of sweet tea and settled into a cushioned chair. Her father had a tight line between his brow. Was he seriously upset about the remodel? He'd never cared about that sort of thing before. Thunder rumbled and the heavens opened. Rain poured down in a waterfall, slapping against the roof and pounding against the pavement. Layla watched as it ping-ponged around the surface of the pond. She took a long sip of her tea, savoring the overly sweet flavor with a hint of lemon. Perfect. Gloria left, closing the double doors behind her. Daddy didn't move to pour himself a glass of tea. His shoulders were tense, arms folded. "I'm sorry about the master bedroom," Layla said. "I have pictures. If you don't like something, I'll make sure it gets fixed." "I'm not worried about that." A muscle spasmed in his jaw. Layla sat up, setting her glass on the small end table with more force than necessary. "If you're not upset about the remodel, then what's wrong?" Lightning shot across the sky. turning Daddy's face gray. "It's gonna be just fine, Sugar Plum." Mom's words tumbled over each other as she patted Layla's hand. "Daddy's got a solution all figured out." Thunder made the planks vibrate beneath her feet, and Layla batted away the fear building inside. "You're scaring me." Daddy stared at Layla, his dark eyes making nerves skitter up her spine. She held his gaze until her eyes watered. He gave a sharp nod, as though coming to a decision, and dropped into the chair next to Layla's. "The money's gone," Daddy said, his tone flat. Layla blinked, and her breath escaped in a whoosh of air. She couldn't inhale, couldn't force oxygen to travel to her brain and make sense of these words. Daddy ran a hand over his smooth chin. When had those age spots appeared on the back of his hand? Without getting into the nitty-gritty, some investments didn't pan out. Cigarette sales are down, and now we're at risk of bankruptcy. Layla gasped, finally drawing in air. Bankruptcy? No, that wasn't right. Her father was a shrewd businessman. He knew when to take a risk and when to hold back. He never invested more than he could afford to lose. "How much is gone?" Her voice rasped, the words tearing from her throat. Daddy's eyes watered. "I've lost almost everything." "But the mansion," Layla scrambled for something, anything positive. "It's booked solid a year out. Surely we've got money from that." Not enough. Daddy sunk his hands deep into his pockets. "The upkeep on this place is astronomical." "I don't understand." Layla pushed her bangs out of her face, shaking her head. Her entire body felt clammy, and suddenly the warm summer rain pattering against the rooftop chilled her to the bone. "We've had good crops the last few years. We've got an exclusive contract with the cigarette company. Are they dropping us?" "No," Daddy said. "But if we declare bankruptcy, I'll have to sell the plantation." Layla rose on shaking legs. She clutched at the porch railing, gazing through the rain at the mansion. She was supposed to get married there, eat Christmas dinner with her future husband and children around the dining room table that seated 20. "We can't just give up. There's got to be something we can do." "There is," Mom smiled, but her eyes still swam with concern. "Daddy's got it all worked out." Layla straightened her shoulders, breathing a little easier. She was overreacting. Things couldn't be as bad as Daddy made it sound. It was good she hadn't chosen her next adventure yet. Saving Cypress Grove would be her new project. "So what's the plan?" Daddy put a heavy hand on her shoulder. "We need money, Layla. A lot of it. And fast." "Okay." Layla turned the problem over in her mind, trying to see it from all angles. "What about focusing more on e-cig sales? Maybe if we—" "That's not what I mean," Daddy said, shaking his head. "We need an investor who can give us a quick influx of cash." "Well, that shouldn't be too hard to find. You've got lots of business associates." Layla took a sip of tea, feeling her nerves calm. Her palms were embarrassingly damp, but her heartbeat had slowed. "Let's start calling them." "I already have. Charlie Davenport agreed to help." She tried not to wince at the name. Mr. Davenport was new money, though he did his best to make society forget that. Something about him had always made Layla uneasy. There was a hard edge to his demeanor she didn't like. But beggars couldn't be choosers. Mr. Davenport's string of automobile dealerships was lucrative. "Well, why didn't you lead with that? Everything will be just fine then." Daddy looked at Mom. She pursed her lips and glanced away. "Charlie had some conditions," Daddy said. That sounded sufficiently ominous. Layla's heart sped up. Why were her parents staring at her like she had a terminal disease? "You don't have to agree to this, Layla." Mom said, her eyes flickering to Daddy's. I'm sure we can find another way. There is no other option. Daddy's voice was harsh. If it'll save the business. Oh, for the love, just spit it out. Layla tossed her dark hair over one shoulder. The stick-straight locks felt suffocating. Mom folded her arms, but Daddy nodded. Do you remember Grant Davenport? He asked. The one getting divorced? It had been all the local society paper talked about before Layla left for Europe. She and Grant had attended the same private school, but at 3 years her senior, they hadn't run in the same social circles. Grant was classically attractive, but Layla had never swooned over him the way her friends had. She flashed back to Tyler and the lopsided grin that had the power to turn her speechless. She'd all but thrown herself at him, even offered to get him a job at Cypress Grove while he figured out what career path to take, and still he'd never done more than hold her hand. The divorce is final now, Daddy said, pulling her back to the present. His ex-wife's been stirring up trouble whenever she can. Layla wondered how it could have possibly escalated from screaming matches outside their home. She's been arrested twice on a DUI, and Grant called the police one night when she tried to break into his home. Daddy continued. It hasn't been pretty. Layla gasped. Definitely worse then. She could only imagine how much the society matrons' tongues were wagging. She sounds crazy. A woman scorned always is, Mom muttered. It's starting to impact Grant's reputation, Daddy said. He hasn't received invitations to a few important events, and Charlie says sales are down at his local dealerships. He's convinced it's because of the bad press. Bad press was an understatement, but it was only the society section of the local paper. Mr. Davenport had dealerships all over South Carolina. People don't make their car buying decisions based on the love life of the owner's son. I know it's ridiculous, Daddy said, but Charlie thinks it would be best if Grant could quickly become reattached, this time to someone from a well-respected family. Someone with class. Oh boy. Layla folded her arms, defenses instantly going up. You want me to chase after Grant? It's absurd, Mom cut in. The way Charlie is behaving, you'd think he was raised in a barn. You can't seriously think dating Grant will save Cypress Grove. A fist tightened around Layla's throat. She didn't want to date, especially not someone whose reputation was being dragged through the mud. Charlie Davenport has agreed to bail out the company, Daddy said. We've got the contracts all drawn up and ready to sign, and he has the capital to do it. Layla stared at her father, trying to figure out where this conversation was going. It was the 21st century, not 1845. So what? He'll invest in the business if I date Grant? Daddy nodded. Exactly. Layla's stomach dropped, and she squirmed in her chair. You're serious? Thunder clacked again, and the rain poured down harder, as though in agreement. I know it's unconventional, Daddy said. But you're unattached, and Grant's a nice boy. What's the harm in dating him for a while to improve his image? That boy's a social pariah, Mom broke in. Who says dating Layla will elevate his status? It might do the exact opposite and ruin her. Layla's a darling around here, Daddy said, and it won't be forever. How long will it be? Layla ran a hand through her hair, lifting it off her clammy neck. She couldn't pretend to be in love with some stranger when Tyler still held her hard in his strong hands. Daddy shrugged, not meeting her eyes. Charlie thinks 6 months. 6 months? Layla sputtered out a laugh. I don't even know Grant. That's not important. It's pretty darn important to me. She'd never seen Daddy like this. Her vague memories of an apparently difficult time when she was barely more than a toddler hardly counted. What does Grant think of this? He's agreed to the plan, Daddy said. Well, in that case, sure. Layla waved a hand as a sarcastic laugh bubbled forth. By all means, I should date him. Grant's a nice boy. The press is being unfair to him. Mom lifted a finger. But don't let your father pressure you into this. Let me save our family legacy, will you, Annette? Daddy snapped. All Layla needs to do is let the local press attach her name to his for a while. That's not really so much to ask in exchange for Cypress Grove. 6 months will go by in a blink. Dating a man for the local gossip column with a circulation of 5,000 tops? Layla massaged her forehead. This is insane. I know, Daddy said, but it's also the only way. She braced her arms on the porch railing, staring across the pond at the mansion. Tiny figures moved across the window panes as they rushed to get ready for the evening's event. Her parents had given her that pond, with its etched concrete pier and stone lion statues guarding the entrance, as a 12th birthday present. A year-long obsession with Gothic romances had made it the perfect gift. She had a cotillion in the mansion's ballroom on her 16th birthday and danced the night away with it boy Danny James. When the main floor needed redecorating, Layla had spent hours with her mother and the designer making selections. Date Grant and keep the mansion. Could it really be so simple? Was she willing to roll the dice and call Mr. Davenport's bluff? She turned away from the mansion and faced her parents. Okay. Daddy's shoulders sagged in relief, but Mom let out an unhappy sigh. We're having a party at the mansion tonight, Daddy said. Charlie just opened a new dealership, and as a sign of goodwill, I'm holding a get-together to congratulate him. Grant will be there. You can be his date. Layla nodded. She could do this. It was just a date, and it wasn't like she and Tyler were, well, anything. Fine, she said. Let's do this. Let's do this. Chapter 2. Tyler drove a full 10 miles under the speed limit as he listened to the tinny voice of the GPS chirp directions to Cypress Grove. Dim sunlight filtered through the gnarled trees, creating a breathtaking landscape. The air was heavy with a recent rainstorm, and the AC in his 10-year-old Toyota did little to combat it. After a lifetime living in Kentucky, he hadn't thought the humidity would bother him, but the air was so thick that breathing felt like drinking water. He couldn't believe he'd moved more than 500 miles away for a girl, especially one as out of his league as Layla. What would she say when he finally worked up the courage to give her a call? Nerves made his stomach tighten as the sign for Cypress Grove appeared up ahead. Layla had described her home so many times he felt as though he recognized the landmarks. He never planned on working as a chaperone for high school summer tours of Europe. But when he'd stood on stage last April and accepted his diploma, he'd felt nothing but defeat. He wanted to restore old properties to their former glory, not spend a lifetime building spec homes for whatever company offered him work. Taking that summer job had been the first impulsive thing he'd done in his life, and it had turned into a life-changing experience. It had brought him Layla, and he'd foolishly let her go. The last 4 weeks without her had been torturous, but an eternity of listening to his parents argue had paralyzed him when faced with dating Layla. His mom had come from a wealthy family, and Dad hadn't been able to adequately provide for her. The social and financial gulf between them had ultimately been too much to overcome, and the divorce had been as messy as the marriage. Tyler rolled down his window, letting the smell of tobacco mingled with damp earth fill the car and chase away thoughts of his parents. He and Layla had only been in Europe a few days when the first major rainstorm hit. Paige and Nick, the other chaperones on the tour, had scurried beneath the eaves of a nearby building, along with most of the teens. But Layla had stood in the rain, arms open wide and face lifted to the sky as the drops splattered on the cobblestone. That was the moment he'd fallen for her. Another scene flashed into his mind, this one of Layla standing beside him at the Trevi fountain. The sunlight made her freckles stand out, despite the makeup she tried to cover them with, and her black hair tousled gently in the breeze. He'd taken a deep breath and confessed something not even his parents knew. He wanted to withdraw from the master's program he was supposed to start in the fall, take his student loans, and buy a house to flip. Tyler let an arm hang out his window as he pictured the way Layla's face had lit up at the idea. He couldn't believe he was actually executing his crazy plan. He'd withdrawn from school, found a cheap one-bedroom apartment for a steal, and secured a job as a bartender at Cypress Grove. His parents had been furious, united on an issue for the first time in years, but Tyler was finally excited about the future. He rounded a corner, and the mansion came into view. Tyler whistled in appreciation. Ionic columns reached towards the mansard roof as the three-story structure towered in the sky. Wrought iron banisters framed the stairs and balconies, and the windows were at least 8 feet high. Stunning. Layla could be in the mansion, or perhaps her family home down the lane. At this very moment, his stomach clenched. Showing up for his first day of work without calling was an awful, stupid idea. What if they ran into each other? Sure, she'd relentlessly flirted in Europe, but her offer to find him a job at Cypress Grove might not have been sincere. Like when someone wrote, "Let's hang out this summer," in a yearbook. Tyler's phone buzzed with a text from his real estate agent as he pulled into an employee parking space. She'd found a few properties for him to look at online. He took a deep breath. Was he really going to buy a house to flip? He ran a hand through his shaggy blonde hair. He'd lost his mind. Layla had made him brave, or maybe just stupid. His feet crunched against the gravel of the employee parking lot. The building stretched above him, a far cry from the dingy college bar he'd worked at. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. The idea was still the same. Mix drinks, check IDs, listen to the problems of the depressed. The door felt solid in his hand. A long, narrow hallway revealed an open room at the end, with dark wood moldings and elegant chandeliers. The hallway stood empty, but Tyler caught sight of a few employees in the room up ahead. The atmosphere inside the mansion settled over him, thick with tension. Tyler carefully shut the door, his anxiety skyrocketing. Layla had always spoken of Cypress Grove with a twinkle in her eye and a caress in her voice. Was he imagining a gloom that didn't exist? A metal door plate read Stacia Greenlee, Event Coordinator, on the door nearest the end of the hallway. Tyler gave a tentative knock. He'd been told to report to her upon his arrival. "Come in." The voice was high-pitched and younger-sounding than Tyler remembered from their phone interview. The office was tidy, if somewhat small. The dented metal filing cabinets lined up along one wall were practically a criminal offense in a home as elegant as this one. A slender woman sat behind a desk, her mousy brown hair falling out of a loose braid that hung over one shoulder. Chic, wide-framed glasses covered most of her face, and her thick brows were pulled down in a scowl as she stared intently at a computer screen. Tyler stood there silently, not sure if he should speak. The woman glanced up from the screen. Her eyes were bloodshot and rimmed with panic. "Hi," she said, not making a move to rise. Hi." Tyler extended a hand. Her face blushed crimson, and she lunged for his hand. The heavy necklace around her neck swung forward, knocking over a cup filled with pens. They scattered across the desk, the clatter noisy in the silent office. She let out a squeak and grabbed for the pens as they tumbled toward the floor. Tyler knelt and gathered the pens on his side of the desk. He righted the cup and set them back inside. Was this woman seriously in charge of events? She looked even younger than him, perhaps 19 or 20, and seemed overwhelmed by the job. "I'm so sorry," she said, her eyes luminescent. Oh, geez, was she going to start crying? "It's been a really stressful day. Who are you again?" "Tyler Keaton. I'm the new bartender." Oh! She held out her hand again, and this time no mishaps occurred. "You have no idea how glad I am you're here. I didn't realize Stacia had hired someone, and when our former bartender said he was already in Tennessee..." "You're not Stacia?" Honestly, he was a little relieved at the revelation. The woman let out a laugh that bordered on hysterical. "Heavens no! I'm Cosette, her assistant. Stacia was fired this morning. Security escorted her out about an hour ago." Tyler's mouth fell open. He quickly closed it, shifting his weight from foot to foot as his chest tightened. "Yeah," she said, running a shaking hand along her hair, causing more strands to fall from the braid. "It came as a total shock to us, too. Security wouldn't allow anyone to speak to her, so I'm left trying to decipher her notes. At least she was organized. I'm going to miss her." Tyler stayed silent, not sure how to respond. What had happened to cause the event coordinator to be fired mere hours before a big event? "I guess I should show you around." Cosette rounded the desk, and he followed her out of the room. "Do you have experience bartending?" 4 years, Tyler said. "Good. I'd have no idea how to train you. Stacia always took care of new hires. I just did what I was told." She let out another hysterical laugh. "How I'm going to run an entire event." Her words disappeared into a series of mutters. In the ballroom, Tyler took in the careful attention to detail with awe. Layla hadn't exaggerated the magnificence of this place. He soaked in the subtle wallpaper designs, coffered ceilings, and chandeliers that caught the light and brightened the entire space. 4 women arranged centerpieces in the middle of circular tables, and a large, dark wood bar ran along one wall. It was easy to see why this was such a popular wedding destination. "I'm really sorry you're arriving to such a mess. Mr. Anderson assures me he'll have a new event coordinator hired as soon as possible." Cosette motioned toward the bar. "It was stocked with fresh alcohol and glasses just this morning. If you run low on anything, alert a waiter. Tonight is an open bar until 1 a.m. Feel free to accept any tips you're offered. Just don't forget to check IDs. State officials love to check up on these events, and we can't afford to lose our liquor license." Noted. Of course he'd check IDs. He was a professional after all. Cosette inched toward the door. "Guests should start arriving in about an hour. Do you need anything else?" Tyler stepped behind the bar and started opening cupboards, familiarizing himself with the setup. "I think I'm good." He motioned his head toward the door. "Go deal with everything else. I'm sure you're stressed to the max." She gave him a grateful smile. "I'll be okay once Mr. Anderson hires someone else. You know where to find me if you need anything." She motioned to a phone on the wall. "Stacia's office is extension 1. It's all listed on the phone." "Go," Tyler said. "I'll be fine." "Thank you." She gave a little wave, then disappeared from the room. He spent a while familiarizing himself with the setup, and his nerves subsided. He could do this job in his sleep. Sure, the liquor was more expensive and the setup a lot more elegant, but the concept was the same. Tyler chewed on his lip as he wiped down the counter. He didn't know much about Layla's parents, but the few times she'd mentioned them, there had been an obvious affection behind her words. What would have made Mr. Anderson fire his event coordinator right before a major party? It would have been a lot more practical to wait until after the event was over. It made him worry for his own job. Employees finished arranging the centerpieces, and soon guests arrived in expensive tuxedos and elegant dresses. His stomach clenched as he wondered whether Layla would be one of them. Every slender woman with dark hair and a dusting of freckles made his breath catch, but none of them were her. He did catch a glimpse of Mr. Anderson. Layla had shown him a picture of her parents, speaking to a man with a goatee near the doors leading to the pond. Tyler mixed drinks and checked IDs as the tips poured in. He almost forgot his anxiety as he mentally tallied up the cash. If every night was as profitable as this one, he'd have a nice chunk of change for the remodel in no time. The crowd picked up, and he lost himself in the methodical familiarity of bartending. His smiles at guests were all but ignored, and he soon realized that to these people, he was nothing but furniture. So he stayed silent, handing over glasses and checking IDs. An almost forgotten argument between his parents tugged at Tyler's memory. They'd attended a Christmas party at his grandparents' luxurious home in Lexington. Tyler had been 9 or 10. His dad had been furious about some veiled insult a guest had directed his way. His mom had gone to the Christmas party alone the next year. He had to stop dwelling on the negative memories. His parents' story didn't have to be his. A well-dressed gentleman asked for a whiskey, not bothering to look up from his phone. Tyler slid the drink across the counter. He kind of missed the hole in the wall he bartended at through college. Sometimes being the shoulder to cry on for dejected souls was exhausting, but at least he'd felt useful. The night dragged on, and the ballroom grew hot and stuffy with the crush of bodies. With each disinterested patron, Tyler's spirits sank another inch. Maybe his parents were right. Suddenly, moving to South Carolina felt like an extremely bad idea. He couldn't get the solemn disappointment in his dad's eyes out of his head. "I love you, Tyler, but this girl wants some rich pretty boy in a tux, you mark my words." But Layla hadn't been like that in Europe. She'd laughed when ice cream dripped on her shirt and eaten crepes from street carts. Tyler handed a 40-something woman a glass of wine. "I'm telling you, it's impossible to find a good Latin tutor anymore," she said to her friend as she accepted the glass. "It's hard to find good help in general," her friend replied. "I had to fire another maid not an hour before we came out tonight. How hard is it not to bleach the towels?" This world was so far from his. Tyler wasn't even sure they were in the same universe. "I'll give you a lead on a maid if you'll give me a lead on a tutor." The woman emptied her glass of wine and casually dropped a $100 bill in the tip jar, never acknowledging him. Tyler stared at the money. These people were dropping hundreds like he dropped ones. Layla had done that once, now that he thought about it. They'd gone to a restaurant in Colmar, one of their first nights in Europe. Nick had disappeared for a while, probably for some secret spy mission now that Tyler thought about it, and Layla had played footsies with Tyler under the table. He'd tried snails for her, gagging down 4 of the slimy creatures. When they'd left the restaurant, Layla had dropped a €100 note on the table like it was nothing. He shook his head, banishing the traitorous thought. She'd also joked with the waiter in French all evening. He hadn't been an inanimate object to her. A shimmery navy blue dress caught his attention. It hugged the woman's hips in a familiar way and flowed around her legs. Layla. The fringe of dark bangs brushed her forehead, and her hair was pulled up in some sort of twist that showcased her delicate neck and collarbones. She held a flute of champagne between her long fingers, and her pale skin glowed underneath the chandelier light. He tugged at his bow tie, mesmerized by her fluid grace. What an idiot he'd been not to kiss her when he had the chance. She'd given him a dozen different opportunities, but he'd shied away from all of them like a fool. Layla shifted, revealing a tall man with wavy, dark brown hair and the kind of face women swooned over. He laughed at something Layla said, placing a hand gently on her back. Tyler's heart dropped. "I love you, Tyler, but this girl wants some rich, pretty boy in a tux, you mark my words." Was she dating someone else? He'd been an idiot not to consider the possibility. Layla was smart, funny, gorgeous, unavailable. "Sir?" a middle-aged woman said, bringing him back to the present. "Sorry." Tyler focused on the woman's dirty martini, embarrassment making his cheeks hot. He'd uprooted his entire life to try and win over the woman of his dreams, but she'd already found someone else. Layla leaned toward the man, and he dipped his head as she whispered in his ear. He nodded, and Layla strode across the ballroom, making a beeline for the bar. Tyler fumbled, nearly dropping the glass he held. Layla slid onto a bar stool, still not looking at him. "I'll have a mint julep," she said in her high, musical voice. Tingles washed over his entire body at the sound. He could almost feel her small hand cocooned in his as they explored the streets of Europe after dusk. He slowly looked up. She'd nearly hidden the freckles dusted across her nose and cheekbones with makeup. Her full lips were an enticing rose color, and he longed to reach out and pull her against him. Layla's mouth dropped into a perfect O as her eyes lifted and widened, the long eyelashes nearly touching her brow. "Hey," he said. Nausea had his stomach rolling, but he forced himself to smile. Yeah, he definitely should have called her first. "What are you doing here?" she'd asked. Not exactly the warm welcome he'd hoped for, but not exactly cold either. Somehow she'd even made bewildered look adorable. Tyler shrugged and started mixing her drink. Layla's eyes turned liquid in the chandelier light, and her hand inched forward, as though reaching toward his. He took a deep breath. "I decided to take you up on your suggestion and see what South Carolina has to offer." "Are you serious?" He shrugged, the incredulity in her voice a little painful to hear. Maybe he should have given her his secondary reason, flipping houses. He scanned the ballroom for the man she'd been with, but he'd disappeared into the crowd. "When did you get here?" Layla demanded. 2 days ago. He set the drink in front of her, not sure when he'd ever felt this self-conscious. Was she happy he was here or furious? He honestly couldn't tell. Layla took a sip of her drink. "You've been here for 2 days and haven't called me?" Tyler grabbed a rag and focused on wiping the counter. "I wasn't sure how you'd react." "Honestly, I'm not sure how to react." Wow. She brushed her bangs off her forehead, a nervous gesture he'd come to love in Europe, and took another sip of her mint julep. "So you decided to defer your master's program for a year?" "I ended up withdrawing." One lazy night in Normandy, they'd sat on the hotel's balcony discussing this very thing. Her eyes had lit up with excitement at his plan, and he'd thought she had never looked more attractive. Layla leaned forward, her eyes brightening just like they had that night. "Are you taking the money and flipping a house?" He couldn't help but smile at the eager anticipation in her voice. "Yes, I've already got a realtor and everything." "Tyler, that's amazing!" The tall man pushed his way through the crowd, making his way toward Layla. Tyler grit his teeth. "Thanks." One of the man's large hands landed on her shoulder, making Tyler's blood boil. "Do you have a minute?" he asked. "Sure." Layla rose from the bar stool, cocking an eyebrow at Tyler. "Talk to you later?" "Of course," Tyler said, swallowing back his disappointment. Maybe this guy was just a date and not a boyfriend. Layla seemed happy enough to see Tyler. She lifted her glass. "Thanks for the drink." "Anytime." The man placed a hand at the small of Layla's back, guiding her away from the bar. Tyler had certainly never been so forward with just a date. The gesture hinted at more than a casual acquaintance. Well, phase 1 of Tyler's plan was complete. Layla definitely knew he was here. But phase 2, admit his feelings, already looked in jeopardy. Now he had to beat out the competition. Chapter 3. Classical music wove through the gentle murmur of voices, filling the ballroom. Layla walked away from Tyler on shaky legs, hoping it wasn't obvious her heart wanted to pound right out of her chest. She was vaguely aware of Grant's hand at the small of her back, guiding her through the crowd. Tyler had come to South Carolina, and she'd totally forgotten about Grant in the shock of the moment. No wonder hurt had flashed across Tyler's face. It wasn't like she'd exactly kept her feelings for him hidden. She dreamed of Tyler chasing after her a dozen times. That final night in Belgium, when they'd seen the last tour group safely to the airport and their job with Destiny Tours was officially over, she'd lain in bed and prayed Tyler would pound on the door. Imagined opening it to a tortured declaration of love, and finally, a feverish kiss. But he hadn't shown up that night, and she'd spent hours listening to the quiet breathing of her roommate and trying not to cry. The next morning, he had stopped by her room before leaving for the airport. Hands shoved deep in his pockets, he'd stared at his shoes and mumbled a goodbye. Then he climbed in a taxi and left, without so much as a final hug. Layla had cried for an hour, canceled her plane ticket home, and hopped on a train to Italy. Grant's lips brushed against her hair, making Layla jump. "Everything okay?" he asked. She resisted the urge to pull away. They didn't know each other well enough for whispered conversations, despite what their fathers wanted. But Grant had been a perfect gentleman all evening, staying close but not too close. A distant look in his eyes hinted at some hidden pain. Layla imagined the divorce weighing on him. Did he still love his wife? "Just fine," Layla said, forcing a smile. "I worked with Tyler in Europe this summer. I didn't expect to see him here." Grant raised one of his perfectly sculpted eyebrows. He was GQ gorgeous, with his chocolate brown wavy hair, trim beard, and wide brown eyes. Breathtakingly beautiful, the kind of guy she would have flirted with unashamedly 4 months ago. "You spent the summer in Europe?" Wow. They really knew nothing about each other. "Yeah, as a chaperone for high school tours." Her gaze drifted back to Tyler. She'd never seen him in a suit and couldn't decide if she liked the look or not. It hung on his lanky figure, but not in an unpleasant way. His messy strawberry blonde hair flew every which way, and his ears stuck out from his freckled face endearingly. He wasn't gorgeous like Grant, but the boy next door quality was beyond appealing. "You didn't know he was coming?" Grant asked, pulling her back to the present. "No. I decided to take you up on your suggestion and see what South Carolina has to offer." What did that even mean? Grant said. Had Tyler come here hoping to finally date? They'd danced around a relationship all summer. She'd opened up about her past, as unexciting as it was, hoping he'd reciprocate and she could figure out what made him so gun-shy, but he'd revealed nothing. She'd finally convinced herself he hadn't made a move because he wasn't interested. It certainly wasn't for lack of effort on her part. Of course he'd show up as soon as she agreed to a fake relationship with Grant. Nothing with Tyler had ever been easy. Time to change the subject. "You said your father wanted to see us?" Layla prodded. "Yes, he mentioned some sort of toast." Grant shrugged, the movement fluid and graceful. "Probably wants to say something about the new store." Layla pointed at the grand piano nestled in one corner of the room. A tall man with obviously dyed hair and an expensive designer suit that screamed trying too hard stood beside it. Mr. Davenport seriously needed a fashion consultant. "Is that him talking to the lieutenant governor?" "Good eye," Grant said. They made their way toward the cluster of men near the piano. The smile on Mr. Davenport's face said he was pleased with tonight's party. Layla had to admit it was an excellent turnout, especially for a Thursday. Her father had pulled out all the stops. "Grant!" Mr. Davenport clapped his son on the shoulder and gave Layla a quick kiss on the cheek. "It's good of you to join us, both of you." "It's a pleasure to be here, Mr. Davenport." Layla lied. Congratulations on the new dealership. Thank you, my dear. Mr. Davenport motioned to the group of men. Gentlemen, I'm sure you know Layla Anderson. Of course, the Attorney General said, giving her a nod. We're so happy Grant has finally found a woman worthy of his affections, the Lieutenant Governor added. Layla blushed and leaned into Grant. Let it be said she knew how to play her role. Trust me, I'm the lucky one. At least tonight had reassured her that dating Grant wouldn't ruin her rep, although it might ruin her last chance with Tyler. Maybe he was only here for flipping houses, and it had nothing to do with her. South Carolina had some beautiful properties. They made small talk for a moment, and then Mr. Davenport said, If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, it's time I make a toast. He waggled a finger at Layla and Grant. You two don't go anywhere. We won't. Grant placed a hand on the small of Layla's back again, pulling her closer. She glanced at the bar, but Tyler was handing a drink to a guest. The music drew to a gentle conclusion, and the room soon grew quiet. Thank you so much for coming out tonight to celebrate Davenport Dealership's 29th lot, Mr. Davenport said into a microphone, his deep voice rumbling through the room. Hasn't Mr. Anderson thrown a wonderful party? The spotlight shifted to her parents. They were only a few yards away, previously hidden by the crush of people. The crowd clapped politely as her parents waved. Layla caught Daddy's gaze, but he quickly looked away. Mom clutched his arm, her smile tense and forced. A twinge of unease curled beneath Layla's ribcage. But Davenport Dealership isn't the only thing we're celebrating tonight, Mr. Davenport continued. Layla raised an eyebrow, looking up at Grant. He gave another of those fluid shrugs. Her father stared unblinkingly at Mr. Davenport, that plastic smile on his lips. Mr. Davenport held out an arm toward Layla and Grant, and the spotlight swiveled toward them. Layla stiffened, forcing her own fake smile forward. Was Mr. Davenport going to announce she was Grant's girlfriend or something? Awkward, especially with Tyler watching. How was she supposed to explain this to him without upsetting Mr. Davenport? The smile on Mr. Davenport's face was electric. It is with great pleasure that I announce the engagement of my son, Grant Davenport, to Miss Layla Anderson. Engaged? Her legs went limp, and she stumbled into a pale-faced Grant. He wrapped an arm supportively around her waist, jaw clenched tight. Blood rushed through Layla's ears, and her mouth was desert dry. The crowd turned toward them, clapping enthusiastically. Layla forced herself to smile, but knew it was less than convincing. Join me in offering congratulations to the happy couple, Mr. Davenport continued. Let the party continue. This wasn't right. She hadn't agreed to an engagement, had she? That would have been ridiculous. No, her father had definitely used the word date, which meant either he'd lied to her or Mr. Davenport had gone rogue. An emotion she couldn't name swept through her entire being. Was this what betrayal felt like? Across the ballroom, Tyler's lanky figure leaned against the bar, a rag held limply to a glass. Tyler, who had moved to South Carolina. Tyler, who now thought she was engaged. The spotlight flicked off and the crowd broke up into smaller conversations. Layla and Grant were immediately accosted by well-wishers. Congratulations, Mrs. Oliver, the wife of the mayor, said. Thank you, Layla stammered. Miss South Carolina, Layla didn't know her actual name, gave a syrupy smile. I had no idea you were even dating someone, Grant. And so soon after your divorce. It's only been, 2 months? Grant's arm tightened around Layla's waist. 4, actually, and we were separated for a year before that. Layla leaned into Grant, matching Miss South Carolina's sickly sweet expression with one of her own. When it's right, she murmured, gazing up at Grant. He gave her a smile so full of pain and gratitude that Layla knew there was no way he'd known about the engagement. But her father had to have known. Why else wouldn't he look at her? Yes, the burning in her blood was definitely betrayal. She forced back the fury. Now was not the time to rock the boat, a boat loaded with debt and about to sink. "You must tell us the engagement story," Mrs. Oliver said. How dare Daddy put her in this situation? When this party ended, she would let her anger flow. But first, she would play the part. She needed to know what she was igniting before watching it burn to ash. Grant cleared his throat. "Well, I asked her out to dinner." She should stand there stoically, an unwilling fiancé, and let the gossips set their tongues wagging. But what if Mr. Davenport refused to help Cypress Grove? Suddenly the consequences for not playing along felt all too real. "It was my favorite restaurant," Layla prodded. "And when the waiter brought her drink, the ring was frozen in an ice cube." Grant's words were slow and halting, his eyes wide and unsure. He clearly had no idea what constituted a romantic engagement story, bless his heart. They'd both been duped by their father's schemes. Layla leaned into him, wrapping both her arms around one of his. "Not just any drink, but a specialty drink he made me on our first date. The Layla. I couldn't stop crying when I saw the ring, and he got down on one knee in front of all those people." "That is simply charming," Mrs. Oliver said, but the downturn of her mouth hinted at disapproval. Miss South Carolina grabbed Layla's left hand. Layla curled her fingers reflexively. "And just where is this ice cube ring?" Miss South Carolina asked. She dropped Layla's hand and laughed. "Did it come from a gumball machine and already break?" "Of course not." Layla leveled a scowl at the catty woman. "It's at the jeweler's." "Surely it doesn't need cleaning already," Miss South Carolina said. "It's broken," Grant said. Oh, geez, he really was awful at deception. "I knocked a prong loose," Layla clarified. "She'll have it back soon," Grant said. "Well, congratulations," Mrs. Oliver cut in. "I wish you both all the happiness in the world." "Certainly," Miss South Carolina said with a smirk. "Congratulations." As the women walked away, Grant leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear. "I am so sorry. I had no idea." "We'll deal with this after the party," Layla said. Grant nodded, his deep brown eyes full of gratitude. And for the first time, Layla wondered why. Yes, his ex-wife was crazy, but what did Grant get out of pretending to date or be engaged to someone else? They spent the next few hours dodging well-wishers and accepting the unavoidable congratulations. Lying without getting caught was more exhausting than Layla had ever imagined. She glanced toward the bar several times, hoping to catch Tyler's eye, but he was always busy with guests. It took an eternity for the party to wind down and guests to leave. It was after 1 a.m., late, especially considering it wasn't the weekend, when the ballroom finally emptied. Layla let her smile drop, and her face muscles instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Engaged. Tyler had disappeared along with the guests. Staff scurried into the ballroom, a definitive sign that the party had ended. Layla turned to Grant and folded her arms. "Okay, mister, you have a lot of explaining to do. I don't remember anyone getting down on one knee and asking for my hand. What happened tonight?" Grant held up his hands in a helpless shrug. "I have no idea. I'm so sorry, Layla. We'll talk to my father and get this straightened out. I agreed to a few dates for the society types, but that's it." "Yeah, me too." She brushed her bangs off her forehead and let out a sigh. "This has to be our father's doing. I can't figure out why." "My father is obsessed with image." Grant grimaced and looked away. "My wife is a threat to that, and I guess he thinks you're the Band-Aid." Wife. It hadn't escaped Layla that he'd still referred to his ex in the present tense. Whatever had happened to break up his marriage, he obviously still wasn't over it. If you don't want to go forward with this, you need to tell him. Grant shoved his hands in his pockets, shoulders hunched forward. Elizabeth is my kryptonite. I'm not thinking clearly, and my father always does what he thinks is best. This time I'm gonna let him take the lead. So much for Grant being her out. Layla sighed, but nodded. We need to talk to our parents. I bet they're all in the study, congratulating themselves on the successful execution of tonight's little scheme. They wove through staffers putting away chairs and made their way down an empty hallway. The door to her father's study stood open, the faint haze of cigar smoke obscuring the dark wood-paneled walls. She found her parents and Mr. Davenport seated in the chairs surrounding the large fireplace. The men each held a cigar, and her mother sipped from a wineglass. "What in tarnation happened?" Layla demanded, looking back and forth between the three parents. Grant stood silently beside her. What she wouldn't give to read his mind right now. Charlie took a puff of his cigar, an oily smile spreading across his lips. Tonight couldn't have gone better. Layla sank into a chair, her legs like jelly. You've got to be kidding me. We had no rings, no engagement story, nothing. Daddy shot her a warning glance, his eyes dark with worry. I thought it was better this way, Mr. Davenport said. How? Layla wondered, but she held her tongue. What agenda could possibly be served by keeping Layla and Grant in the dark? Charlie snuffed out his cigar in the ashtray and clapped Grant on the back. You two exchange contact info if you haven't already, and then we can get home. Tomorrow is soon enough to hash out the details. I know I'm beat. Layla's mouth dropped open, but she quickly snapped it shut. Grant pulled out his cell phone, avoiding Layla's eyes. Let me get your number. Mom's hand grabbed Layla's, squeezing hard. Layla recited her number in a daze and quickly entered Grant's in her phone as well. Tomorrow then, Mr. Davenport said. Thanks for the excellent party, Drew. Of course, let me walk you out. Daddy rose and led both Grant and Mr. Davenport out of the room. Grant looked over his shoulder and mouthed, sorry. Layla sank into the couch next to her mother, keeping her voice at a harsh whisper. What just happened? Oh, Layla. Her mother let out a heavy sigh. I don't like this any more than you do, but your father's right. This might be our only way out of this mess. So to save the family fortune, I'm supposed to marry a total stranger? It's not going to get that far. Layla thrust out an arm. It's already gone way further than it was supposed to, and it hasn't even been 12 hours. I know, sweetie, but Mr. Davenport... Daddy re-entered the study, and her mother broke off. Well, Layla said. Daddy poured himself a glass of whiskey and took a seat. I know tonight didn't quite go like we discussed. Layla laughed, feeling hysteria bubble up. You asked me to go on a few dates with the guy. I never would have agreed to an engagement. Daddy rubbed the bridge of his nose. Charlie insisted, and I've got no other cards to play. Well, isn't that fine and dandy, Layla said. Does he seriously think an engagement is going to make Grant's ex-wife disappear? He's confident enough in the plan to invest in Cypress Grove. That's the only reason I'm doing this, honey. It's all about saving the plantation. Layla folded her arms, not liking the way the fury around her heart cooled at the words. I can't marry someone I don't know. It's not going to come to that, Daddy said. After a year or two, you should be able to call off the wedding without any major issues. A year or two? Her voice rose. You've lost your ever-loving mind. You said 6 months of dating him, not a 2-year engagement. He held up his hands in a soothing gesture. Calm down, Layla Jean. She ran a hand through her hair and laughed. Right, calm down. I've gone over it again and again, Daddy said. This is the only way we can survive. Was Cypress Grove more important to her parents than Layla's happiness? Yesterday she would have laughed and said no way, but as she watched her parents silently communicate, she was no longer so sure. She rose, not meeting their eyes. I need to think. Daddy reached for her arm. Layla. She shrugged off his hand. I'm exhausted. This whole thing has been a pretty big shock. We'll talk at breakfast. Don't forget that it's our family legacy at stake, Daddy said. Without Charlie's help, we'll lose everything. Our home, the tobacco business, the mansion. Layla felt as though she'd aged 10 years in the space of one evening. How could her father put this all on her shoulders? I'll talk to you in the morning, Layla repeated. You owe her that much, Drew, Mom said. She kissed Layla on the cheek. We'll see you in the morning. Layla nodded and escaped the study. She raced up the stairs to the 3rd-floor library, one of her favorite places in the mansion, with its towering bookcases and dark wood furniture. She curled up in the window seat where she'd spent so many hours reading in her youth. A few cars still filled the employee parking lot. A tall, lanky man unlocked his car, the moonlight glinting off his light-colored hair. Tyler looked up as though sensing her gaze. Her breath caught in her throat as her heart rate doubled. Tyler lifted a hand in a small wave. She raised her own in return, then sank into the shadows as he drove away. What a mess. Chapter 4. Engaged. Tyler lost count of the wine bottles, all Arajo Cabernet Sauvignon, and had to start over again. He'd always known Layla was out of his league. He just hadn't realized she was also unavailable. Chair legs clanged against each other as employees stacked them along one wall, and tablecloths swished through the air, sending crumbs flying toward the ground. Tyler noted the wine bottle total on an inventory checklist, then moved on to the champagne. Had she been playing him the whole time they were in Europe? All those late-night conversations, and never once had she mentioned a boyfriend. The funny thing was, they had briefly touched on old relationships, but she'd failed to mention her current flame. Grant. Just the name ignited some primal instinct in Tyler. He'd constantly been placing a hand at Layla's back, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Bile rose in Tyler's throat, and he fought the urge to throw up, like the drunk he'd cut off an hour before the party ended. He straightened from his crouched position, making another note on the inventory sheet. Tonight felt all wrong. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Cosette rushed into the ballroom, the bags under her eyes noticeably bigger than they'd been at the start of the party. You good here? She asked, breathing hard as she leaned against the bar. Yep. Tyler tapped the closing checklist. I'm almost done, then I'll be headed out. Great, thanks. He motioned to the row of stemware he'd cleaned. Need a drink? She gazed longingly at the glasses, but shook her head. Not until I get home. Thanks, Tyler. You were great tonight. Cosette pushed off the bar and intercepted an employee pushing a laundry cart piled high with tablecloths. Tyler shook his head and grabbed a clean rag. He'd give the countertop one last scrub down, head home to his empty apartment, and try to forget tonight had ever happened. Layla strode into the ballroom, Grant at her side. Tyler dropped to the floor without thinking, a curse on the tip of his tongue. He couldn't face her after practically confessing his love. The gentle murmur of her voice floated above the laughter of an employee, each musical note a stab to the heart. Grant's low rumble accompanied her words, and then died off. Tyler peered over the edge of the bar, scanning the room for signs of Grant or Layla, but they'd both disappeared. He straightened with a sigh. A young girl holding a vase of flowers raised an eyebrow at him, shook her head, and walked away. Tyler's cheeks burned. He quickly finished cleaning up the bar and headed to the employee parking lot. Soft light filtered from the mansion's windows, casting shadows over the gravel. The sun had long since disappeared below the horizon, and only a few cars were left in the lot. His scalp tingled, and he turned around to glance back at the mansion. A woman stood in an upper window, her slender silhouette backlit by the artificial light. Layla? A hand rose in a wave. Tyler waved back, then got in his car and drove away. He'd moved here for her. Of all the stupid, idiotic things he could have done with his misguided feelings, this had to top the list. His parents were right. Moving to South Carolina was a big mistake. Tyler's hands clutched the steering wheel as he pushed away the doubt crowding his mind. He could still find a house to flip and prove them wrong, on that account at least. His cell phone rang, rattling in the cup holder and making him jump. Tyler fumbled for the phone. Who would be calling him at this hour? It was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. An unknown number. He was tempted to reject the call, but it was unlikely to be a telemarketer this late at night. Hello? Hey, said a familiar, deep voice. Tyler pulled back the phone and stared again at the number. Nick? A deep chuckle filled the line. Yeah, it's me. I was worried I'd wake you up. No, I just got off work. Have you been? Nick had been one of the chaperones Tyler worked with over the summer. He'd only stuck around for the first tour. Turned out, Nick was actually a secret government agent. After a shootout in Amsterdam involving 2 of the teens in the tour group, Nick had gone back to the States along with his girlfriend, Paige. Pretty good, Nick said. I'm in town, and I've got an hour of free time right now. Thought maybe we could grab a drink and catch up. Absolutely. Tyler knew better than to ask why Nick was in South Carolina. In Europe, Tyler had learned that Nick's career fell into the do not discuss category. I just got here 2 days ago, so I'm not really sure where the good bars are. You got any suggestions? Nick rattled off an address that was close to Tyler's apartment. He wasn't surprised that Nick apparently knew where he lived. I'll be there in maybe 10 minutes or so, Tyler said. See you soon. Tyler tossed the phone back into the cup holder, feeling something other than despair for the first time in hours. It would be good to see Nick again. Maybe, if it wasn't too weird, the subject of Layla would come up. While in Europe, Nick had told him that Layla was into him. In fact, Nick was partly to blame for his rash decision to chase Layla. Nick always seemed to know what he wanted and wasn't afraid to go after it. Tyler wanted to be that kind of guy. He pulled up to a dive that reminded him of where he'd worked in college. Paint peeled away from the windowless walls, and the parking lot was pitted with potholes. As he cut the car engine, a blanket of calm chased away the insecurity of a night spent at Cypress Grove. Inside, the place was half-filled and dimly lit. More than one light bulb was burned out, and the empty bar stools boasted cracked vinyl. The bartender nodded to Tyler, who nodded back. This run-down bar felt more like home than anything Tyler had encountered yet in South Carolina. It was so very different from the glittering beauty of Cypress Grove. Why had he ever thought he and Layla could coexist in the same world? He was a blue-collar Kentuckian through and through, just like his dad. As Tyler's eyes slowly adjusted to the dim light, he looked around the room for Nick. There was a patron at the end of the bar with a scraggly mustache and the unsteady movements of someone who'd had one beer too many. 3 women sat at a booth, all with thick makeup and low-cut shirts. But it was the booth in a dark corner of the room that caught his attention. A man sat nearly obscured by the shadows, baseball cap low on his forehead. Tyler took a tentative step toward the man, who glanced up. Nick grinned and rose to his feet, clapping Tyler on the back before they both took a seat. Nick was tall, with a muscled physique Tyler envied, and a trimmed beard. Good to see you, man, Nick said. It's been too long. It's good to see you too, Tyler said. What are you doing in town? Nick shrugged, a brush-off Tyler recognized all too well after nearly 4 weeks spent in each other's constant presence. This and that, so you finally chased Layla to South Carolina. Paige will be thrilled. How's Paige doing? Tyler asked. She'd been shot twice during the showdown in Amsterdam. Nick relaxed against the bench and smiled. Nothing keeps her down for long. She's doing amazing in physical therapy. The doctors are all shocked at her progress, but I'm not. Tyler had never thought of Paige as particularly fierce, but he was glad she was recovering. And she's in D.C. now, right? Yeah, that's my home base at the moment, too. Nick flagged down a passing waitress, and they both ordered a beer. So, how's Layla? Nick asked. Paige is begging to visit her sometime soon. Tyler ran a hand through his hair. Layla's engaged. Nick's eyes widened. Whoa! I didn't know the two of you were quite at that level. We aren't. The waitress set the beers on the table, and Tyler took a long sip, avoiding Nick's eyes. Wow, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know she was dating anyone. Betrayal welled up in Tyler again, and he gave a bitter laugh. Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are. Guess I should have called before moving all the way to South Carolina like a freaking idiot. This doesn't make sense. Paige said you were all she talked about. Really? Tyler's heart thrummed, but he pushed his eagerness back. So Paige and Layla had talked about him. Big deal. Yeah, Nick said. She never mentioned anyone else, did she? No. It's not like we were really together, though. She'd let Grant put his hands all over her tonight, wrapped her arm around his as she giggled. Nick shook his head, eyes gleaming. Layla is a straightforward kind of girl, not the type to keep secrets. There's something else going on here. Tyler took another sip of his beer. He desperately wanted to believe that Nick was right, but he'd heard the announcement with his own ears. Layla's laughter echoed in his head, and something clicked in his mind. That's what was off about her tonight. The laugh. It was the fake one she used on bad mimes and obnoxious street salesmen. And her smile had been too thin, her lips pulled tightly across her teeth. Don't give up on her, Nick said. I think Layla's worth fighting for, if she's really what you want. He was imagining things. Layla wouldn't be fake laughing at her engagement party. Tyler was reading too much into her behavior tonight because he wanted a different outcome. Time to change the subject. So, how are things with you? Nick grinned. Really good. I'm spending a lot of time with Paige. You guys finally worked things out then? At the beginning of summer, Paige had hated Nick for dumping her in an email, then disappearing. Tyler could feel the toxic hate rolling off her in waves every time she and Nick were in the same room together. He and Layla had spent a lot of time avoiding the couple in the beginning. Maybe there was a lot of truth to what they said about love and hate being very close in the heart. Yeah, things are really good between us right now. Nick took a sip of his beer. So you're in South Carolina. Layla's engaged. Now what? I guess I focus on flipping houses, Tyler said. I already got a few properties I have my eye on. I didn't know you were planning on flipping houses. That's really cool. It's a recent development. Are you working too? Tyler ducked his head, embarrassed. Nick must think him a complete and total fool. I am actually working as a bartender at Cypress Grove. Nick raised an eyebrow. You mean Layla's place? Yeah, she did kinda offer me a job here. Now why would she do that when she's engaged to someone else? Nick shook his head, teeth glinting in the dim light as he smiled. There's more to the story, you mark my words. The conversation turned to the properties Tyler had looked at online as they continued to chat, then flowed back to Paige before finally circling around to some of the good times they'd had in Europe. Eventually, Nick said he had to go. They paid the bill and headed outside. The door swung open, nearly clocking Tyler. He took a quick step back, bumping into a picture frame on the wall behind him. Sorry, man. the guy said, giving a nod. "Didn't see you there." "No problem," Tyler said. The man walked away, and Tyler straightened the picture he'd almost knocked to the floor. He paused, squinting at the photo. A tall man with a goatee sat at the shabby bar in a leather jacket, a tankard of beer in one hand and a grin on his face. "Did you break the glass or something?" Nick asked. Tyler shook his head. He squinted, reading the caption. Carlton Davis, owner. "I know this guy. He was at the party tonight." "Who?" Nick asked. Tyler pointed to the man. "He kept talking to Layla's dad. Kinda weird he owns a dive like this." Nick's eyebrows drew down in a scowl. "What, did you investigate him or something?" Tyler said, half joking. The highbrow Andersons wouldn't associate with someone criminal. "No, nothing like that. He owns several businesses across the state, everything from bars like this to high-end casinos that won't let you through the doors without 6 figures in chips. His bookies are pretty well known for skirting the law." Tyler frowned, eyeing the picture more closely. Carlton Davis didn't sound like the kind of person who'd be invited to a party at Cypress Grove. But what did he know? He'd also thought Layla was single. Nick clapped Tyler on the shoulder, and Tyler followed him outside. "It was good seeing you," Nick said. "Tell Layla I said hi. Don't give up on her. Something's up with this engagement. Give her a chance to explain." Tyler slowly nodded. "Tell Paige hi, too." "I will. Don't be a stranger." Nick gave a wave, then hopped on a motorcycle and disappeared into the inky blackness of the night. Tyler rubbed a hand over the back of his neck, then got in his own car and headed toward his tiny apartment. An hour chatting with Nick reminded him that he didn't have to be the shy, self-conscious guy who always faded into the background. He'd come here for Layla, and he wasn't going away until he got some answers. Chapter 5. Layla woke up the next morning, her stomach twisted in knots, and knew she couldn't go along with the engagement. A few dates to company parties were one thing, but this felt too deceptive. Surely there was another investor willing to help out Cypress Grove. The tobacco plantation was practically a state historical site. Selling it should be a criminal offense. She stood under the warm spray of her spa shower head, unable to get Tyler's lopsided grin out of her head. Telling Daddy she couldn't date Grant would be hard, but she'd made her decision. Then she'd track down Tyler and force him to reveal why he was really in South Carolina. Layla spent nearly an hour flat ironing her wavy hair, taking more care than she usually would with a task the humidity would probably undo. She picked a deep, red lipstick and opened her mouth wide, applying it with precision. Today, she'd break down Tyler's walls and claim a kiss or die trying. 4 months was long enough to dance around the question of them. Her phone buzzed with a text, and she smiled when she realized it was Paige. The two of them had become good friends while working together in Europe, and they'd stayed in touch. "Nick's in town," Paige said. "He had a drink with Tyler last night." "You're engaged?" Layla stared at the phone, her pulse racing. Her fingers flew over the screen. "Nick's in town? What did Tyler say about me?" One finger hovered over the send key, nearly brushing the screen. Guys didn't talk about relationships the way girls did, but maybe Paige had read between the lines and had some insight into Tyler's state of mind. But Layla was technically still committed to Grant, despite the messy circumstances. The ladylike thing to do was play the part of doting fiancé until she told Grant in person that the deal was off. Reluctantly, Layla deleted the message and set the phone down without responding. Better to explain after she'd cleared things up with her daddy and Grant. Layla flipped through her closet, finally settling on a spring green sleeveless sundress that was perhaps a little out of season for late September, but it hugged the curves of her body perfectly. If Tyler had any feelings for her, he'd be unable to hide them once he saw her today. Layla's phone buzzed again. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Paige had texted. I'm just surprised. I thought you still liked Tyler. And when did you start dating someone new? You've only been back in town a few days. Oh, Paige. She'd come out of her shell a lot while in Europe, but still struggled with anxiety. If Layla ignored her text, Paige would obsess. I can't believe Nick didn't look me up, Layla texted. I would have met him for drinks too. As for the engagement, well, it's complicated. Can you believe Tyler moved to South Carolina? He's head over heels for you, Paige said. Love finally gave him the courage to take a risk. Love is a strong word, Layla said, trying to ignore the way her stomach had flipped at the mere suggestion. I know about this kind of stuff. Winky face. Someone like Tyler doesn't move for a girl he merely likes. Paige knew a thing or two about love, Layla supposed. She'd showed up in Europe only to find out that Nick, the ex-boyfriend who'd broken her heart, was part of the tour. Oh yeah, and he was also a secret government spy. Paige was like Tyler in a lot of ways. Both were guarded, shy, and hated to venture outside their comfort zones. But Tyler had moved to South Carolina. It had to mean something. Going to talk to Tyler today, Layla texted, fingers flying over the keyboard. I'll call you soon with details. Need to take care of a few things first, like breaking off her almost engagement. She slipped her phone into her bra, then bounded down the stairs to find her dad. He wasn't on the veranda, sipping his morning coffee, or in the study, staring pensively at the computer screen. The door to her parents' bedroom was still firmly shut, but usually only Mom slept in. Layla wandered into the kitchen, frowning. Gloria stood at the counter, her apron dusted with flour as she kneaded bread dough. Mornin', Miss Layla, she said. Cinnamon rolls should be ready soon. There's fresh fruit in the fridge if you're peckish, or I can make you an omelet. Layla pinched off a corner of dough and plopped it in her mouth, the yeasty sweetness making her smile. I'll wait for the cinnamon rolls. Have you seen Daddy yet? I thought for sure he'd be up by now. Tiny crow's feet appeared at the corner of Gloria's eyes as she frowned. He went over to the mansion about an hour ago. Said he was meeting with a real estate agent or something. Layla's mouth dropped open in horror, her hand poised to snatch another bite of dough. A real estate agent? I think that's what he said. Her spine tensed until it ached, and she scooted toward the door. I'll be back. Remnants of morning fog still clung to the surface of the pond as Layla skirted around it, heading toward the mansion. Adrenaline propelled her forward, and she ripped open the heavy wood door, entering the ballroom. The staff had cleared away all signs of last night's party and was already at work setting up for what looked like a wedding. A college-aged man rolled a white satin runway between rows of chairs as two women arranged flowers at strategic intervals. Layla glanced around the room, quickly ascertaining that Daddy wasn't there. She nearly ran down the hallway, heading straight for the biggest office with the best view. The door was slightly ajar, and Layla peered inside. Daddy stood behind the desk, his hand extended toward a portly man with thinning, dirty blonde hair. I think you'll be pleased with what you see today, Daddy said. Layla jumped back as the two men headed toward the door. It swung open, barely avoiding her nose. Layla, Daddy said in surprise. She folded her arms, looking back and forth between the two men. I didn't realize you had appointments today. This was last minute. Layla shot her dad a cold stare and extended a hand toward the man. I am so sorry. Daddy must have forgotten his manners. I'm Layla Anderson. Of course. The man gave her a firm shake. Reed Whitney of Whitney Real Estate. Pleased to meet you. So Gloria hadn't been mistaken. Layla could almost feel her blood slowing and turning cold as she shook his hand. You as well. Congratulations on the engagement. Layla's eyebrows shot up as she struggled to maintain her composure. Has that made the gossip rounds already? Mr. Whitney chuckled. News travels fast in these parts. You don't say. Layla turned to her father. May I have a word with you? Daddy's eyes narrowed. I'm afraid I'm busy with Mr. Whitney at the moment. I can wait in your office. Layla gave Mr. Whitney a syrupy smile. You have a fine day now. You as well, Miss Anderson. Layla stood in the doorway and watched the two men walk away, struggling to breathe. She'd never thought Daddy would actually consider selling Cypress Grove. Inside the office, she dropped into Daddy's chair, spinning around so she faced the picture window that overlooked the pond. The whole point of dating Grant was so they wouldn't have to sell Cypress Grove. But at the first hint of Layla not following through on the deal, Daddy had called a real estate agent. He hadn't been bluffing. If Mr. Davenport didn't invest in Cypress Grove, if Layla didn't date Grant, they really would lose everything. The minutes ticked by at an agonizing pace. Layla straightened all the pens on her father's desk and smoothed out the sand on his desktop Zen garden. She glanced at the diamond-encrusted watch on her arm. Would she have to sell it if Cypress Grove went under? And wondered how only 10 minutes had passed. She focused on alphabetizing the few business books on a small bookcase. The cleaning crew kept them free of dust, but she doubted her father had touched any of them in years. 30 minutes. Did Mr. Whitney really need such an extensive tour? Layla moved to the wet bar in one corner. A half-empty decanter of bourbon stood next to a messy array of glass tumblers. She sighed, straightening the glasses into 2 lines. 5 of them were etched glass, but a 6th held a logo from a new casino that had opened last weekend. Layla had seen a few of her friends post photos of the grand opening. Perhaps Daddy had attended the event as well. He hadn't gambled in years, but he liked to support local businesses, and Carlton Davis was the kind of businessman people wanted to cozy up to. The door swung open, and Daddy entered the room, Mom close behind him. Thank you for waiting, he said. I thought it best if your mother were here for this conversation. Layla folded her arms. Did Mr. Whitney leave then? Daddy met her icy stare for icy stare. Yes, we should be able to sell Cypress Grove for a hefty sum. The accountants say it's better if we choose to liquidate instead of being forced to. We have a little bit more time this way and can wait for the right offer. Layla clutched at her chest, head swiveling back and forth between her parents. Mom's eyes were luminescent with sorrow, but Daddy's gaze was steely. You can't seriously mean to sell the mansion. We don't have a choice. If you won't go through with the engagement. Daddy crossed the room and sank into his desk chair. Charlie will never invest in Cypress Grove. Mom wrapped an arm around Layla's shoulder, pulling her close. It felt like a manacle. It's not fair to put all this on her. It might not be fair, but that's where we're at. Daddy pinned Layla with a stare. You're the only one who can save us, and since you're unwilling, there's got to be another way. Layla collapsed into a chair, her throat burning with unshed tears. If there was, don't you think I'd be trying it? Daddy snapped. Do you think I want my only child to date a social pariah? This is our option. Mr. Whitney said he can have Cypress Grove listed by the end of the month. Properties in this price range can have a harder time selling, but I'm confident with our name recognition, someone will snap it up fast. This is our home. Tears pressed against her eyelids, but Layla refused to let them fall. Not for long, Daddy said. Layla pushed back her bangs, despair clawing at her insides. The original agreement was to date. What happened to that? Mom perched on the arm of Layla's chair, her hands combing through Layla's hair. Charlie approached your father shortly after the party began. There wasn't time to warn you. Elizabeth tripped the alarm at Grant's home and was arrested. Daddy broke in. Charlie panicked. It'd be all over the papers by Monday. He hoped an engagement would steal the spotlight. Some psycho ex got booked into jail, and suddenly Layla was expected to get married? It wasn't fair. She couldn't repair things with Tyler while engaged to Grant. I still don't see what any of this has to do with me, Layla said, Mr. Davenport is overreacting. Some other scandal will overtake the gossip columns in a month or two. Maybe, maybe not, Daddy shrugged. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is that Charlie thinks Elizabeth is tarnishing the entire Davenport family's reputation, and he thinks his business is on the line. He's so worried about the situation that he's willing to become a partner in our business just to try and save face. Layla's chest tightened, and her palms grew clammy and cold. If she didn't go through with this, she really would lose Cypress Grove. So, what'll it be? Daddy leaned back in his chair. If you want to keep Cypress Grove, that's the price. She was going to be sick. Her mother's fingers continued to comb through the hair Layla had so meticulously straightened. Her fantasy of running to Tyler and spending an afternoon in his arms faded away. If I agree to this plan, what would a fake engagement look like? Layla asked, keeping her voice even. Daddy's eyes sparked with victory, but he kept his voice neutral. Wear the ring. Go out in public. Occasionally mention how stressful planning a wedding is to a journalist. Layla rolled her eyes. Yes, because I run into them so often. Daddy ignored her. With any luck, Elizabeth will find someone new to obsess over, and you can call the whole thing off in 6 months. 6 months. Layla stared out the picture window at the pond. A duck landed on the surface, causing the lily pads to sway with the current. Her heart ached at the thought of leaving this place. Every room, every acre held a memory. But Tyler held her heart, and agreeing to this crazy plan might mean losing her chance with him. What if I say no? Layla asked. Mom's hands stilled in Layla's hair, and Daddy frowned. Mr. Whitney will have Cypress Grove listed by the end of the month, Daddy said. We'll lose everything. The company, the money, the house. Even if we sell, bankruptcy is a real possibility. An unacceptable outcome. Layla closed her eyes, picturing Tyler's laughing eyes and lopsided grin. He'd made her wait 4 months for so much as a hint of his true feelings. With any luck, he'd wait for her. Okay, she said. I'll do it. Mom clasped her hands together and exhaled slowly. Daddy's shoulders relaxed, and the lines around his eyes smoothed. Relief poured off them in waves. They didn't know she was in love with Tyler. They didn't know he'd moved to South Carolina. You're making the right choice, Daddy said. Thank you. Mom brushed a kiss across Layla's forehead. Leaving this place would break my heart. Mine too, Layla whispered, leaning into her mom. She could be strong for a few months, set aside her personal feelings for the greater good. Grant will pick you up in an hour, Daddy said. You two have a lot to discuss. And if I hadn't agreed, Layla said, I knew you would. Anger flared in Layla's chest, but she pushed it back and nodded. I'd better go get ready then. She had to get away from her parents before she snapped. Layla shut the heavy wood door behind her and slumped against it. She could just make out the gentle murmur of her parents' voices. She pulled her phone from her dress and stared at the blinking text icon. Layla opened it and found another one from Paige. So glad you two are going to work things out, Paige said. You were made for each other. A tear dripped down Layla's cheek, and she quickly brushed it away. Tyler had left her hanging for months. She wouldn't give up Cypress Grove for a maybe.
Hey guys, thank you so much for listening to my audiobooks on my YouTube channel. I am so grateful to be able to bring books to you in this format, and I want to be able to continue to bring them to you. But in order to do that, I need you to like and subscribe to my channel so that I can keep putting the books up as I get the rights back to them. If you could turn on notifications, then you'll know when I have a new book out. And if you could like and comment on this video, it'll help it get out to even more readers. Thank you so much for listening, and enjoy the rest of the book.
Chapter 6. Layla sat on the edge of the concrete pier, staring down at the cloudy green water. Her thoughts were as sluggish as the almost non-existent current. Miss Layla? Gloria stood at the veranda and beckoned with one arm. Grant must be here. Great. Layla wasn't sure what to think of her sort of fiancé. What kind of grown man let his father dictate his life? Not that she had any room to talk. Inside the house, Grant waited in typical aristocratic casual, tan slacks and a blue button-down shirt, sans tie. Those baby blue eyes had doubtlessly brought dozens of women to their knees. Part of Layla wished she could feel even a twinge of attraction toward him. That might be the best answer yet to their problems, to really fall in love. But she knew it would never happen. Stupid Tyler with his adorable smile and blue-collar work ethic. Hey, Grant said, his smile unsure. Ready to go? Ready as I'll ever be, Layla said. Thanks for picking me up. Of course. His hand hovered above the small of her back as he led her to his white Mercedes. She let him open her door, feeling more uncomfortable than she ever had on a first date. The gray leather stuck to the backs of her legs where her sundress didn't quite cover. Layla tried to relax as the engine purred to life, but the silence was louder than any conversation. Grant focused on the tree-lined road as though traversing a NASCAR track. I'm so sorry about last night, he said, his voice soft. You must think I'm some sort of creep. Honestly, I'm not sure what to think, Layla said. Yeah, me either. Why are you going along with this? Grant shrugged, the movement as fluid as water, even while driving. Because my father asked me to. She sank against the leather, her heavy sigh making her bangs puff upward. Yeah, I understand that all too well. Sales started declining when Elizabeth and I separated. Grant's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, and the dimple in his chin became more prominent as he clenched his jaw. I don't know if the two are directly connected, but my father spent his entire life building an empire. I can't let my poor choices jeopardize that. And an engagement will fix things? I don't know, but I'm willing to try. He flicked his eyes to hers. Thank you for going along with this. She gave a tight smile. It wasn't like she'd had much of a choice. She shifted, and the leather made a squelching sound as her legs stuck to the upholstery. So where do we go from here? My dad has a jeweler at the house with a dozen ring selections in your size. We need to get how we met and the proposal story straight. He glanced at her, eyebrows raised. You think fast on your feet. I was really impressed with how easily you answered questions last night. Thank you. If she took each puzzle piece in their engagement lie one at a time, she could get through this. Ring shopping? No problem. She'd bought diamonds before. Just because she'd wear this one on her left ring finger didn't mean she had to freak out. We should probably keep the story simple and say it's been a whirlwind courtship. It'll explain why we haven't been seen in public before now. And will also make sense why we want such a long engagement. Good call. Grant glanced at Layla. I'm not sure how to say this without coming off like a jerk. She could feel her heartbeat at the base of her neck, a sure sign of a building headache. Just say it. Okay. The cleft in his chin popped out again. Was he always so tense? For me, this can never be more than a fake engagement. I'm not really capable of giving my heart to someone else right now. Layla blinked, then started laughing. She put a hand to her chest, the hysteria of the past 24 hours finally breaking free. What? Grant said. I'm so glad you said that. Really? Yeah. She glanced out the window, suddenly sober again. I met someone in Europe, and I can't get him out of my head. I'm sorry, Grant said, his voice full of compassion. Me too, Layla said. The Davenport estate was nearly as grand as Cypress Grove, but lacked one essential element: history. Grant entered the security code, and the front gate swung open. Layla had heard a lot about Davenport Estate when in middle school. The entire neighborhood had buzzed with the $1 million mansion being built. It was positively gauche to sink so much money into new construction when there were so many historical properties in need of restoration. The gossips titter that it was just another example of how the Davenports would never quite fit in. Grant eased his way down the immaculately laid cobblestone driveway. Layla stepped out of the car and gazed up at the house. Tall marble pillars supported an elaborately carved beam, and 3 shallow steps led up to the front door. Layla paused, staring at the monogrammed D in the iron door knocker. Grant didn't bother knocking. "I told the jeweler to wait for us in the east parlor," Grant said, leading her through the entryway. Layla stared up at the massive chandelier overhead. It had to be at least twice as large as the biggest one at Cypress Grove, and overtook the entire room. "This way," Grant said. She followed him through a kitchen containing 2 6-burner stoves and through etched glass double doors. Layla stepped down into the parlor and looked around the room in surprise. It teemed with potted plants. The outside wall was mostly windows, and the tiled floor said sunroom more than it said parlor. Mr. Davenport and an elderly man sat in Victorian high-backed chairs, definitely the wrong furniture for an antebellum plantation, even if it was a replica, with a jewelry case on the short coffee table. Sunlight glinted off the diamonds, sending tiny rainbows about the space. "Good, you're here." Mr. Davenport clapped Grant on the back, then kissed Layla's hand. "Calvin just got here. He brought a fine selection of engagement rings for you to choose from. Not a single center stone under 3 carats. Layla tried to keep her face impassive. A 3-carat ring would cost a fortune, but apparently Mr. Davenport wanted the charade to scream reality. "It's so nice to meet you," Calvin said, holding out a hand for both Layla and Grant to shake. "Calvin's aware of our little arrangement," Mr. Davenport said. "Our secret's safe with him. Pick whichever ring you like, Layla. I've got some business to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. Please, sit down." Calvin motioned to the couch. Layla sank into the plush fabric. The click of a closing door signaled Mr. Davenport's departure. "I wasn't sure what you'd gravitate toward, so I brought a wide selection of settings." Calvin continued. He wasn't kidding. There had to be at least 24 rings here. She glanced down at her left hand, wondering what type of ring Tyler would one day buy for his bride. Certainly nothing as flashy as these. Perhaps a half-carat solitaire on a thin gold band. Simple, yet classic. "Do you have a preference?" Layla asked Grant. "Not really. Pick whatever you're comfortable wearing." This is not how she'd envisioned picking out an engagement ring. Layla surveyed the rings nestled in black velvet. What would Tyler say when he saw one of these on her finger? She picked up a pear-shaped yellow diamond in a crisscross setting. It was nothing like the halo ring setting she would have gravitated toward. She didn't want to choose a ring she loved for this fake engagement. A bright light flashed in the room, followed quickly by another. Layla blinked, trying to clear the spots from her vision. Grant jumped to his feet and raced from the room. Layla caught a glimpse of a wiry man with a camera running across the perfectly trimmed grass. "What was that?" Layla asked, frowning at Calvin. "I do believe a reporter just stole a photograph." Calvin motioned to the pear-shaped diamond ring still in her hand. "Why don't you try that on?" Layla furrowed her brow. "A reporter?" "The Davenports are the talk of the town these days. I suppose our little small-town scandals didn't travel all the way to Europe, so you haven't heard." "Great. That photo would probably appear in full color in the Sunday paper. Hopefully Tyler wouldn't see it. If she could downplay her relationship with Grant, convince Tyler to stick around... Calvin gently took the ring and slid it onto Layla's finger. She stared at it, her hand feeling weighted down with significance. "The center stone is just a hair under 3.5 carats, Calvin continued. "The side stones add an additional carat in weight and are a D color. You'll be hard-pressed to find better cut or clarity in a ring." Grant rushed back into the room, breathing hard. and Layla yanked her gaze away from the ring. He got away. Security's got the place, but I doubt it'll stop the photo from being printed. Grant slumped back onto the couch, massaging his eyes with one hand. Probably one of Elizabeth's college friends. I'm really sorry, Layla. She flexed her fingers, pressing the thin band into the underside of her finger. Do reporters take pictures of you on private property often? They haven't until recently, but I guess that photo will only help our case. Help his case, maybe, but hurt hers. Grant's ex really was psycho, and now Layla was right in the middle of the whole mess. Awesome. She held up her hand, wiggling her fingers until he stared at the ring. What do you think of this one? It's fine, Grant said. Do you like it? It's the one I want, Layla said, neatly sidestepping the question. If only she could tell Tyler everything. But the risk of Mr. Davenport finding out was too great. By the time Grant dropped her back at home, they'd worked out all the details of their story. Layla waved goodbye to Grant, then headed straight for the pond. Rain clouds hung heavy in the sky, and she prayed they'd drench her. She slipped off her shoes and let the concrete warm her feet. The wind picked up, whipping bangs into her eyes. Time for an appointment with a stylist. Did they even have money for that sort of thing now? Tires crunched on the gravel of the employee parking lot. Layla watched an older green Toyota park. The door swung open, the faint ding ringing through the air until the radio cut off. A single foot emerged, followed by thin shoulders and a head of shaggy hair that glinted strawberry in the waning sunlight. She'd recognize that lanky figure anywhere. Suddenly, she was running across the concrete pier, up the gentle hill of soft clover, across the sharp rocks of the parking lot. She barely felt their sting against the soft skin of her feet. Tyler turned around, a bewildered expression on his freckled face. Layla? Why are you really here? She folded her arms, the unfamiliar diamond scraping against her arm. He looked down, the tips of his ears glowing red. You made South Carolina sound so appealing, I figured it was as good a place as any to flip houses. A raw ache burned at the back of her throat. After all we've been through, that's all you have to say to me? His eyes grew dark, and he shifted from foot to foot. Congratulations, Grant is a lucky man. This wasn't fair. Layla angrily pushed strands of hair out of her face. I gave you every opportunity to make a move this summer. I all but threw myself at you and nothing. That wasn't easy, Tyler. You rejected me over and over again. I didn't. Why are you here? She wanted to pound her fists against his chest, scream at him for hiding from the chemistry between them, force him to give her a chance. The look in his eyes almost broke her. I came here for you, okay? I was an idiot this summer, but you're... and I'm... He rested his hands on his hips, breathing hard. I'm the one who should be upset here. You could have told me you had a boyfriend. You could have taken one of a million hints and kissed me. Thunder rumbled through the sky, and the first drop of rain landed on Layla's arm. Tyler ran a hand through his hair, making it stand on end. What does it matter now? You're getting married. I'm not. The words were on the tip of her tongue, and she longed to hurl them at him, but Mr. Davenport's beady eyes, the panic in Daddy's voice that morning, kept Layla silent. A tidal wave of regret crashed over her. Tyler nodded, as though her silence said everything he needed to hear. I'm going to be late for my shift. I really do hope you'll be happy with him, Layla. He walked away, just like he had in Europe, without bothering to look back. She pushed her toes into the gravel, fighting the urge to throw it at him. The words poured out of her, a scream she couldn't hold back. I wanted you, you big idiot! He stumbled, pitching forward before righting himself. Hope ignited in her heart as he stood still. Visions of jumping into his arms and kissing him senseless danced through her head. "Turn around," she begged. "Fight for me." He drew back his shoulders and continued into the mansion without a backward glance. The rain picked up its pace, turning into a light drizzle. Layla stared at the closed door long after Tyler had disappeared inside, her heart as tumultuous as the skies. He'd finally summoned his courage and come for her after she'd convinced herself he never would. And then this mess with Grant and Cypress Grove and money had happened. Talk about awful timing. She glanced up at the mansion, its white exterior turning gray with the rain. "You better be worth it," Layla muttered. Then she prayed Tyler would wait for her until she could explain. Chapter 7. Over the next 2 weeks, Tyler tried to forget about Layla. He threw himself into searching for a property to flip, dedicating all his free time to perusing listings and visiting properties with his real estate agent, Katrina. But Layla's words kept ricocheting around in his brain.
"I wanted you, you big idiot."
Across the pond, he caught glimpses of her climbing into Grant's white Mercedes. He even saw her at the mansion twice and had to duck into a room to avoid her. What would another conversation accomplish? The girl of his dreams had been within reach, and he'd let her slip away. Despair ached in his stomach. He didn't much like the taste of regret. Except, well, why would she admit to wanting him if she was planning to marry someone else? After another sleepless night, Tyler dragged himself out of bed for an early afternoon appointment with his real estate agent. They'd visited half a dozen properties over the last 2 weeks. Tyler felt like 2 were a possibility, but he wasn't ready to make an offer. Katrina's shiny silver sedan, the Whitney real estate logo splashed across the rear windshield, was already parked on the crumbling curb outside a worn Victorian. Tyler pulled up behind it, underneath an overgrown willow tree that'd be the first thing to go if he bought the house. He got out of the car and stared up at the building. More than one shingle was missing from the roof, and the peeling paint made the home look sad and lonely. But the circular turret porches were beautiful, and the scalloped trimwork, well, they just didn't make homes like this anymore. Katrina emerged from the sedan, wearing a sleeveless blouse and pencil skirt. Her skin was more leathery in person than in her photo on the company website, but her blonde hair was pulled back in the same sleek bun. She strode forward, a binder clutched in one arm. "Ready to do this again?" she asked. "Definitely." Tyler had spoken with half a dozen real estate agents before finally settling on Katrina. Whitney Real Estate was one of the most well-respected companies in the area, and Katrina had impressive closing numbers and stats. So far, he'd been more than happy with his choice. He looked up at the house. "Place has a lot of potential. The bones are pretty great." Katrina agreed. "I think it might be perfect for your purposes. Shall we go look inside?" Tyler nodded. The MLS listing had only featured 2 pictures of the interior, and both photos had been poor quality. He hoped the owner would be eager to strike a deal and sell. Katrina fished the key from the lockbox and opened the front door. A staircase stood directly in front of them, several spindles missing from its railing. The entryway was perhaps 15 feet tall, with a living room off to the side. A living room that someone had painted bright yellow. Yuck. He walked into the room, the carpet crunching under the weight of his shoes. Hand-carved, chipped, and peeling white crown molding accented the ceiling. "I can't believe someone painted over that trim work," Tyler said. "I know." Katrina pulled a face, revealing crow's feet around her eyes. "I bet the wood underneath is mahogany. It'd look great with a dark stain." She nodded and pointed at the windows. Those were replaced about 10 years ago. Someone bought the house hoping to flip it, then ran out of cash. They aren't as good as the new energy-efficient panes, but they're a lot better than the originals. That should save you some money." Excitement coursed through Tyler. He still couldn't believe he was really going to flip a house. "I bet there's hardwood flooring underneath this carpet." She pressed a finger to her lips, a gleam in her eyes. "If you pull back a corner while I'm on the other room sending a few texts, I'll never know." "Good to know." He grinned at Katrina as he walked across the room, counting paces. They made a good team. About 12 feet by 15 feet. Not huge, but not bad either. "And there's probably a beautiful view of sunsets out those windows in the evening." An image of Layla nestled up against him on a couch as they watched the sunset had him scratching his neck uncomfortably. Katrina motioned through a doorway. "Shall we see the rest?" Tyler nodded and stepped into a formal dining room. A kitchen countertop peeked through the doorway, indicating an adjoining kitchen. "Formal dining rooms are still very popular in the South," Katrina said. "This will appeal to a lot of buyers. They love to entertain." Layla seemed like the type who would want a formal dining room. She'd been the life of the party in Europe, pulling the shy teens out of their shells and quickly becoming a favorite of the more energetic kids. Tyler walked over to one wall and tapped on it, listening for the hollow spots between studs. He glanced up at the ceiling, trying to envision what the blueprints of this place must look like. "I bet this isn't a load-bearing wall. I could open the doorway to create a more open feel to the space. Not all the way, though. It'd ruin the charm." "Vintage meets modern," Katrina nodded in approval. "There's enough room to comfortably fit a table for 8 and still have room for a china cabinet and server." Tyler closed his eyes, already envisioning what table he'd put in this space. Something with rounded edges and clawfoot chairs. He shook his head, erasing the image of Layla, an apron tied around her waist, pouring a bottle of red wine as he sat down to dinner. Flipping houses might be harder than he thought. He hadn't factored in how quickly he could get attached. Katrina led him through the rest of the home. The kitchen would require a complete gut, and he was concerned about the water damage on the floor in the upstairs bathroom. But the furnace was only 10 years old, apparently replaced at the same time as the windows, and the home had charm in spades. When Katrina's back was turned, Tyler pulled up a corner of the living room carpet and found that there was indeed solid wood underneath. Refinishing the floor would save a lot of money and add value to the property. Perfect. Outside, Tyler glanced up at the home, excitement welling up. It took a lot of willpower not to make an offer on the spot. "I think we have a winner," Katrina said. "This is the first time I've seen that sparkle in your eye." Tyler took in the peeling paint, overgrown yard, and cracked driveway. "It has a lot of potential. I have a good feeling about this place. Want me to make an offer?" Excitement swelled within him. He hadn't pre-qualified for much, but this house was within his budget. Between his student loans and the tips he made at Cypress Grove, he could renovate this house, and once he sold it, he'd take the profit and buy another one. Slowly but surely, he'd build a business. Would Layla see the potential in this home like he did? Or would she turn up her nose at the dust and disrepair? "Let me sleep on it," Tyler said. Katrina bobbed her head. "It's a big decision. You definitely want to make sure. There's no need to rush with this property. No one's looked at it in months. You said there were a few more properties in the area, right? I think I want to see those as well, just to be sure. I'll see what I can set up. You're working in the evenings, right?" "Right. Usually from about 5 or 6 o'clock until 1 or 2 a.m. "Where did you say you work again?" "I'm a bartender at Cypress Grove." Katrina raised an eyebrow. "The mansion over on 5th? It's a gorgeous property. Mrs. Anderson did a great job restoring it." "Her and a team of experts, right?" Katrina laughed. "I guess the rumors are only rumors then." Tyler's brow furrowed. "What rumors?" "I heard the company president of Whitney Real Estate met with Mr. Anderson recently. Supposedly, the Andersons are in trouble financial-like and thinking of selling the place. Guess I was wrong if they're hiring new employees. A fist tightened around Tyler's heart. If Cypress Grove was sold, would he be out of a job? The mansion certainly hadn't looked like it was in financial trouble, with the $300 bottles of wine and crystal chandeliers, but Mr. Anderson also hadn't hired a new event coordinator. Poor Cassette was close to a nervous breakdown. Tyler took a deep breath. Katrina was right. Cypress Grove wouldn't be hiring new employees if there were issues. Mr. Anderson would hire a new event coordinator as soon as he found someone qualified. "I guess it's just a rumor," Tyler said. "Yeah, I guess so." Katrina unlocked her car and climbed in. "I'll email you a few more properties tonight. Are you free on Monday?" "Yeah." "Great. I'll line up a few appointments. See you then." She waved and drove away. Tyler pulled out his cell and took a picture of the house. There was nothing wrong with the Anderson family finances. He couldn't shake the niggle of worry that tugged at him all the way home. Chapter 8. When Layla was a little girl, she'd often daydreamed about being engaged. The playful bickering over invitations, the stolen kisses at dinner parties, the anticipation as the calendar counted down to the big day. Somehow, dying of boredom while pretending to be thrilled to attend an auto dealership grand opening had never entered her fantasies. An employee in a red button-down shirt with the Davenport dealer's logo announced the latest giveaway winner into a microphone, the sound so garbled it was barely understandable. Children with balloons whined for more candy, clearly as bored as Layla, and the smell of cheap popcorn permeated the air. Layla shifted from foot to foot, needles of pain shooting through her heels and up her calves. Who had planned this event? Stale popcorn and helium-filled balloons hardly screamed, "Buy your next car" through Davenport. No one would remember or talk about this event. A man in a monkey costume holding a sign that proclaimed, "Our deals are bananas," wandered by again, screeching obnoxiously. Talk about tacky. She would have focused on making this an event children begged their parents to take them to. A bouncy slide, carnival games, and maybe pony rides. Something to keep the kids happy and occupied while the salesman schmoozed the parents. Grant leaned into her, his lips close to her ear. "Sorry," he murmured. "Another hour and we can go." "This is great," she lied. How was Tyler spending his Saturday? She tried to imagine him filling a shopping cart with groceries or folding a load of laundry, something boring and mundane. Normal. She wouldn't mind this grand opening nearly as much if he was her date instead of Grant. Why had she told him she wanted him? He'd barely paused on his trek into the mansion. The last 3 weeks had been a careful dance in which they both avoided each other. The drive home was silent. Layla had quickly learned that Grant was a man of few words, at least where she was concerned. He was always polite and respectful, but it was obvious his thoughts, and probably his heart, were elsewhere. She missed the easy conversations she and Tyler had shared in Europe. By the time the last tour ended, he was so much more than a crush. He'd become her best friend. "Thanks for coming with me tonight," Grant said as he pulled to a stop in front of her home. Layla unclicked her seatbelt, eager to get out of the car. "Of course." His hand landed over hers, and she glanced up in surprise. His eyes were wide and earnest. "I hope you know how much I appreciate it. Dad was really pleased. He's convinced your presence kept Elizabeth away." Layla squeezed Grant's hand, surprised by the swell of affection she felt for him. "I'm glad she didn't ruin tonight." He looked away, but not before Layla caught the glint of pain in his icy blue eyes. "Me too." She wished there was a way to fix Grant's heart. At least one of them should get a happy ending. "Are we still on for tomorrow?" Layla asked. Grant was taking her golfing at the country club, where Mr. Davenport would probably parade them around like zoo animals. "Yes, I'll pick you up at 9 o'clock. "See you then." Layla closed the door and waved as he disappeared down the tree-lined path. She rubbed her neck, trying to ease the tension there. Instead of heading inside, she wandered around back to her pond. She needed time to decompress before facing her mother, who would no doubt pepper her with confusing questions. She couldn't quite figure out if Mom hoped this engagement would turn into something real or prayed for the day it fell apart. Layla definitely was counting down the days until she could escape. Tyler hadn't raced back to Kentucky. That had to mean something. Part of her still hoped they could work things out once the engagement was over. The sun was low over the trees, and a slight breeze rippled the surface of the pond. Through the picture windows, Layla could see employees setting up for another event in the ballroom. Half a dozen figures scurried about in dark slacks and light blue polo shirts. Layla slipped out of her shoes, relishing the feel of warm concrete against her sore skin. She lowered herself to the pier, tucking her A-line floral skirt under her legs as she let her feet skim the cool water. A groan escaped her lips. Her arches were on fire. Why did she always choose style over comfort? A loud crash from inside the mansion made her jump, her foot flicking water into her lap. Frantic voices floated out an open window. Layla quickly rose to her feet, standing on tiptoes to see inside the mansion windows. A slender woman waved her hands frantically at a taller, overweight man. That didn't look good. Layla slipped back into her heels, grimacing as her toes pinched in pain. The woman waved another hand, and the man dropped out of sight. Layla quickened her pace and flung open the mansion door. Jumbo shrimp was strewn about the floor. The man frantically grabbed for pieces and dumped them in a black plastic bin. "I'm so sorry," he said to the slight woman standing over him. "I didn't see you there." The woman, Layla recognized her as Stacia's assistant, pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose with a shaking finger.
It was an accident.
Her voice was as unsteady as her hand.
Maybe we can salvage. We can't serve that now,
she screeched.
Hey.
Layla held up her hands, and they both glanced over, noticing her for the first time. What happened here? The woman's eyes were suspiciously red.
Hank and I collided. This is half the shrimp we were supposed to serve at the seafood buffet during cocktail hour.
I'm so sorry, Cosette, Hank said again. He straightened, the container of ruined shrimp in his hands. Maybe we can call around and buy more.
This was flown in from India. You can't just buy it at the supermarket.
Cosette motioned to the food.
Throw it in the trash. I'll figure something out.
Hank hung his head and slunk away. Cosette folded her arms tightly and bit her lip. Okay, she was definitely about to cry. Layla wrapped an arm around her shoulders and squeezed. Hey, it's okay. Where's Stacia? She'll know how to fix this. A tear trickled down Cosette's cheek, and she quickly wiped it away.
Stacia's not here.
Where is she? Layla had never known Stacia to take a sick day.
She was fired almost 3 weeks ago. You hadn't heard?
Shock turned Layla momentarily mute. Stacia had been fired? Layla racked her brain for what could have happened 3 weeks ago to cause this. That would have been around the time she'd gotten home from Europe. Was this before or after my engagement was announced?
The same night,
Cosette whispered. Layla's knees buckled, and she swayed on her heels. Stacia had been with Cypress Grove for as long as Layla could remember. She'd been a model employee who ran events with precision, definitely not the type to get fired. Find a position elsewhere and quit, perhaps.
Are you sure? Positive. I watched security escort her out.
Layla had spent 3 weeks avoiding thoughts of that night, but now she forced herself to recall the evening. At the time, she'd been so overwhelmed that Stacia's conspicuous absence hadn't bothered her. Now it flashed like a glowing red warning sign. Stacia would never have quit before a major event, especially not one hosted by the owner of Cypress Grove. Termination was the only thing that made sense. Who's the new event planner? Layla asked.
There isn't one yet. I've been in charge.
Cosette gave a laugh that bordered on hysterical.
I'm clearly not doing a very good job.
Layla's heart lurched. Cosette seemed nice, but the stress had her flirting with a mental breakdown, bless her heart. Layla hugged Cosette again, feeling her thin body tremble with anxiety.
You're doing great. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll find my father right now and get this all straightened out. Oh, I don't want you to bother. Nonsense. What's the good of being the boss's daughter if you can't pull a few strings?
Cosette clearly wasn't capable of taking on the full load of Cypress Grove alone. What was Daddy thinking letting Stacia go? Cypress Grove couldn't run without an event coordinator. Daddy was in his office, head resting in one hand as he stared at the computer screen. She walked in without knocking and shut the door firmly behind her. Daddy glanced up, then leaned back in his chair. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. How did the grand opening go?
Fine.
Layla popped a hip, resting one hand on it.
Did you fire Stacia?
He sighed, rubbing a hand across his chin. I had no choice. She was caught sharing information with competitors. Layla dropped into a chair, her head already shaking.
That doesn't sound like her.
I'm as surprised as you are. Stacia was the woman who'd taught Layla how to coordinate flatware with China patterns, not a turncoat.
Are you sure it was her?
Yes, unfortunately. I had to let her go immediately. Layla folded her arms, a pang of betrayal piercing her heart. How could Stacia do this to them? She'd dedicated something like 20 years of her career to Cypress Grove, the first one to the mansion and the last one to leave each day.
I thought she cared about the mansion as much as we do,
Layla choked out. I did too, but we haven't been able to give her a raise for a few years. I knew she was upset about that, but I didn't think she'd take it this far. Layla swallowed hard.
So Stacia's gone. Why haven't you hired someone else? You've had an assistant running everything on her own for 3 weeks. Cosette's about to have a nervous breakdown, and I doubt she's qualified for the job or you would have already promoted her.
Cosette's still in college. She's too young for this type of position.
So hire someone else. I'm sure there are plenty of qualified applicants.
Layla would go through the applications and interview the candidates herself. Tonight it had been spilled shrimp, but what other mishaps had occurred in the last 3 weeks? If news got around that Cypress Grove was slipping, the reservations would stop pouring in, and then they'd be in real trouble. She wasn't dating Grant and avoiding Tyler just so a hiring conflict could tank the mansion's reputation. The qualified applicants are all worth more than we can afford, Daddy said. There isn't one application I feel good about yet. Cosette can handle things a while longer. That sick pit of unease was back in Layla's stomach.
I'm not even sure Cosette can handle things tonight.
She's going to have to. Layla balled her hands into fists, struggling to remain calm.
We can't run an event center without an event coordinator. This place must bring in loads of money. It's booked solid a year out.
It probably cost a small fortune to host an event here. How could all the money be gone? You have no idea how much it costs to keep this place running. Yes, we make a lot of money here, but not nearly as much as we spend. The electrical bill alone is astronomical, especially in the summer months.
Daddy.
Layla waited until he met her eyes.
Come on, you have to hire an event coordinator soon.
I will, as soon as I find one with the right price tag. Layla slumped in her chair, watching her father type away on his computer, as though the situation had been handled. They couldn't hire some cheap event coordinator. They needed someone with Stacia's attention to detail, someone familiar with what it took to run a large-scale event, and who was familiar with the customs of the upper class. Someone who loved Cypress Grove as much as Layla did. She straightened with a gasp. Daddy's hands stilled on the keyboard, and he looked up with a frown.
I can be the event coordinator,
Layla said. You can't be serious.
Think about it.
She leaned forward, resting her hands on the edge of his desk as excitement tingled through her.
I've spent my entire life attending and planning events like the ones we have at Cypress Grove. I'm perfect for the job. Right now, you need to focus on keeping Grant and Charlie happy. That's hardly a full-time job. Maybe it should be. Layla rolled her eyes. She walked to the serving tray and poured 2 fingers of bourbon into a glass. Why did he keep that stupid casino cup in here? She handed her daddy the drink. Maybe a little alcohol would make him more reasonable. I can do this, Daddy. Who else are you going to find who'll work for free? If Cosette has to run another event alone, she might end up in the mental institution. You'll be out 2 employees. Her father stared at her, a crease between his brow as he thrummed his fingers against the desktop. Layla held her breath. She would die if he handed Cypress Grove over to some subpar coordinator who ran the place into the ground. His face relaxed, and she knew he'd made a decision. Okay, we'll try it out and see how it goes. You can start tonight. We can't have poor Cosette quitting on us. Layla jumped up and rounded the desk, hugging her daddy tightly. Thank you. I promise you won't regret this. Make me proud, Layla Jean. I will. She hurried from the room, eager to disappear before he changed his mind. Had she really just volunteered to run all the events at Cypress Grove for free? Nerves made her stomach tighten, but in a good way. In the ballroom, she found all evidence of the spilled shrimp erased. A few employees arranged bouquets of flowers, but Cosette was nowhere to be found. Layla found Hank on a ladder in the middle of the room, changing a light bulb in the chandelier. Have you seen Cosette? She asked. Hank glanced down at her and shrugged. I think she's in Statia's office. Layla nodded and hurried away. Hopefully Cosette wasn't as frazzled as she'd appeared. Layla hadn't heard of any mishaps over the last 3 weeks, which was a good sign. She heard the sniffle of tears from down the hallway. Cosette was indeed in Statia's office, leaning against the desk with a box of tissues in one hand. Her mascara was smeared and her shoulders slumped. Cosette scrambled to stand. She dropped the box of tissues on the desk. I'm so sorry. I just needed a minute. It's been a stressful night. Layla pursed her lips, suddenly nervous about telling Cosette about the change of plans. Would Cosette be offended she hadn't been offered the job? I'll be fine when Mr. Anderson can hire someone else, Cosette said. He sort of already has. I'm taking over as event coordinator. Cosette's eyes widened, and then her entire body sagged with relief. You are? Layla nodded, feeling more confident. Yes. Can you bring me up to speed for tonight? I know how to run a party, but I have no idea what was planned. Cosette fumbled for a folder, quickly rifling through some papers. I've got all the information right here. Layla grabbed the folder. Walk with me. The wedding starts in the ballroom at 5 o'clock, then cocktail hours in the garden so we can get ready for the reception. Where are we at with the shrimp? The kitchen is making crab cakes with imitation crab as replacement. Layla nodded, pleased with the answer. Cosette may be overwhelmed, but it seemed she was also competent. The next hour was a frenzy of deciphering Statia's notes, keeping Cosette calm and making sure no detail was overlooked. Layla would prove to her daddy how capable she was. The wedding cake arrived, 5 tiers of fondant and luster dust that Layla feared would topple over at a light breeze. The bridal bouquet, tulips, which seemed an odd choice for October, disappeared minutes before the ceremony, but Layla located it in the kitchen in the nick of time. The flower girl threw a temper tantrum, but Layla solved it with a cookie. When the bride and groom recited their vows, faces soft with love, Layla's heart ached. Would she ever find that for herself? She caught a glimpse of Tyler through the windows, mixing drinks outside for the cocktail hour. The last 3 weeks of avoidance had been more painful than if he'd never come to South Carolina. He was going to be at the mansion for every event, and now, so was she. Avoiding each other had just gotten extremely complicated, but she wouldn't lose Cypress Grove because things were awkward with a boy. The crab cakes were a hit at the seafood buffet,
and the bridal party danced until well after midnight on a monogram spotlight of the couple's initials. Eventually, the bride and groom left, and the wedding guests disappeared, leaving behind empty stemware and half-eaten plates of food. Layla's feet, which had been mad after the grand opening, were officially furious. "Well, we survived," Layla said, bumping Cosette's shoulder with her own. "Good job tonight." "I couldn't have done it without you," Cosette said. "Go home and get some rest." "Oh, I always stay until the cleanup's finished." "You earned a break. Besides, I want you here first thing in the morning. And by first thing, I mean like 10 o'clock. We've got a lot of ground to cover if we're going to keep things up to Stacia's standards." Cosette laughed, but nodded. "Thanks. You have no idea how glad I am to be the assistant again. I'll see you in the morning." "Good night." Cosette waved and left the ballroom. Layla folded her arms, watching waiters clear the tables as the crew took down decorations. Tyler stood at his bar in the corner, wiping down the counter. He looked up as though sensing her gaze. He lifted a glass and a bottle of wine in an unspoken invitation. 3 weeks, and he'd finally extended an olive branch. Layla turned away. Did he expect her to share a drink and then things would go back to normal? No way. She'd put up with a lot over the summer, been way more patient than most girls would have been. He didn't get off that easy this time. Besides, she had more important things to worry about than a boy right now. Chapter 9. Beep, beep, beep. Layla groaned, fumbling for the snooze button. Beep, beep, beep. "Oh, hush," she muttered, swiping a finger across the screen. Silence abruptly blanketed the room once more. Layla slumped into her pillow with a sigh. Her gritty eyes said she hadn't slept nearly enough. It took 5 minutes to drag herself into the bathroom. She frowned at her reflection. Her bangs had flattened against her forehead in sleep. Humidity had finally brought out her hair's natural waves. And her eyes. She pulled a face. Clearly, being an event coordinator was going to require a strong concealer. It would be worth it, though, if she could save Cypress Grove. A cool shower woke Layla up. By the time she walked across the dewy clover, 2 cups of piping hot coffee in hand, she felt ready to take on the world. Or the accounting books, at least. There had to be somewhere they could cut costs so this place turned a profit. It'd be one of her top priorities. The mansion was unlocked, the oversized rooms and narrow hallways quiet, except for a lone janitor. She let herself into Stacia's office and set the coffee on the desk. For the first time, she really observed the place. The desk was free of loose papers and dust. The metal file cabinets were a definite eyesore, but no paper peered out from behind the closed drawers. Layla opened the top drawer and found it neatly organized with clearly labeled files. She shut it, unsurprised. Stacia's organizational skills had been legendary at the mansion. Layla hoped she could live up to the hype. She sank into the soft leather of Stacia's office chair, hers now, and flipped on the computer. She sipped her coffee while waiting for it to boot up, then clicked on the welcome screen. Layla's hand stilled on the mouse as the home screen appeared. Really? She'd expected a password-protected login screen she'd be unable to crack until IT gave her an account. This seemed like a security risk, or bad protocol, or both. Then again, it wasn't like Cypress Grove held the codes for a bank vault. They planned parties. The tobacco side of the family business was handled in a separate building on the far north field. It wasn't like there was a huge market for stealing information about table linens and flower arrangements, although there was apparently enough of a market to get Stacia fired. Cosette walked into the office, wearing a fitted pencil skirt and sleeveless blouse with her hair up in a ponytail. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:12. "I'm so sorry, Miss Anderson. I thought you said be here at 10. How long have you been waiting?" "Relax." Layla smiled, hoping it seemed reassuring. I just wanted to get a jump start, and really, you've got to stop with the Miss Anderson stuff. Call me Layla. Here, I brought you coffee. I wasn't sure how you liked it, so I kept it black. Cosette took the cup, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Thank you. It's a bribe. Cosette dumped 2 sugar packets into her cup and stirred it with the straw. You don't have to bribe your assistant. It's my job to help you. I'm not sure if this is in your job description. Today we're going over the books and figuring out how the event center can save money. Cosette stopped stirring, her brow wrinkling in confusion. I thought the accountants took care of that. We're going over their work. Layla pulled a chair next to hers. This may take a while. I've got nowhere else to be. Layla laughed. Cosette seemed so different from yesterday. Maybe it was a night of sleep, or maybe it was the knowledge that she no longer had to make the decisions. Has this computer ever been password protected? Layla asked. I logged in without a problem. I don't think so. Stacia wasn't too concerned with that kind of thing. Layla nodded and made a note on the pad of paper next to the keyboard. We'll deal with that later. Did Stacia have access to the accounting drive? Yeah, we both do. I scan and upload receipts for her sometimes. Cosette leaned over. With a few clicks, they were in the accounting drive. This one was password protected, which made Layla feel a little better. Stacia kept it organized by event, and then by month and year. Thank heaven she was so meticulous. Layla clicked on the folder for last night's wedding. Stacia seemed like such a model employee. Do you have any idea why she was let go? Cosette shook her head, lips pressed tightly together. Your guess is as good as mine. She mentioned discussing a few events with me the night before she was fired, and then she was gone. Layla searched Cosette's face for any sign of deceit, but the girl seemed genuinely stumped. Of course, Stacia had worked alone. If she hadn't, someone else would have been fired too. Layla scanned the itemized list from last night, letting out a squeak. $2,000 for a wedding cake? Cosette shrugged. They hand-piped the scallops and lace on each layer. Yeah, it was beautiful, but $2,000 for a cake seemed extravagant, even by Layla's standards. Okay, the flowers. $20,000? Tulips aren't in season. We flew them in from a special greenhouse in the Netherlands. Wow, Layla had never considered some of these details. Could she really do this? She took a deep breath and plunged forward. They made their way through the list, discussing the table linens, the seafood bar, the ruined shrimp had cost Cypress Grove a pretty penny, and signature cocktails created just for the bride and groom. Cocktails Tyler had spent the entire evening making and that the guests had raved about. Layla pushed Tyler away, focusing on the next item. Where were the ice sculptures hiding? I never saw any. We didn't do them. Stacia convinced the bride and groom that ice sculptures are ridiculous in this heat. It would have been a logistical nightmare. Layla frowned, leaning forward to peer at the screen. No, it says right here that $10,000 was allocated to 3 ice sculptures. One of a swan, one a monogram of their initials, and one a bouquet with real flowers frozen into it. Cosette tossed her empty coffee cup into the trash can. Yeah, we talked about all those. It was going to cost another $5,000 to bring in a special cooling system to keep the sculptures frozen. Stacia was so relieved when they changed their minds. The $5,000 isn't mentioned anywhere, but the 10 is right here, see? Layla pointed out a line on the screen. I guess it's a mistake. Yeah, I guess so. A pretty serious mistake. Layla made a note to look into it later. Okay, the bouquet toss fee. She stared at the line, rereading it in her head. We charge brides a fee to toss a bouquet? Cosette rolled her eyes. Kinda ridiculous, I know. It was just added last year. $200 a toss. Stacia wasn't thrilled about the new expense, but what could she do? Mr. Anderson insisted. My dad asked for this fee? Looking into the ledgers was starting to feel like Pandora's box. The mansion must have been in trouble for longer than she'd realized. Cosette's cheeks flamed red.
I'm sorry, I forgot. That is, I didn't mean.
Layla held up a hand, cutting Cosette off as her stomach rumbled in worry.
I agree, that's a ridiculous charge.
I'll talk to my father about it. They finished up that event and moved on to the next one, a retirement party. Layla took a long sip of her now barely warm coffee and started in. $6,000 for an award-winning pianist, $5,000 for custom china, another $2,000 to paint the company logo on the dance floor, and an additional $1,000 to paint back over it after the event.
They didn't do the logo,
Cosette said. Layla froze, hand hovering over the keyboard. They didn't?
Not the painted one. Some company created a custom stencil for the spotlight. It looked really nice.
2 missed items in 2 events. Unease bubbled in Layla's stomach. Stacia possessed a meticulous attention to detail. She wouldn't have misreported items, especially on back-to-back events. But Layla had also thought Stacia would never be fired. Maybe she didn't know the event coordinator as well as she thought. Layla and Cosette went through 3 more events and found no discrepancies, then moved on to the maintenance of the mansion. Daddy had been right. Layla gagged on her coffee when she saw how much was spent each month on utilities. But there were other things too. It seemed the mansion always needed repair.
$600 for a clogged toilet?
Layla said.
That seems outrageous. I hadn't heard about that one. The maintenance guys take care of everything and submit work orders to Stacia. She either approves or denies them. Someone else is responsible for finding the repairmen and scheduling appointments.
Okay. Layla pulled out a pen and poised it over the paper.
Who's responsible for that? I guess you are now. Or me, if you'd prefer.
Cosette's eyes turned down. She traced the wood grain of the desk with one finger.
The mansion isn't doing well, is it?
Layla leaned back in her chair and let out a gusty sigh.
I won't lie to you. Things aren't going well. But this is my home, and I won't let it be sold off to the highest bidder. We need to work together to bring down some of these costs.
Cosette nodded, but her dark eyes still hinted at concern.
Let's hope nothing else breaks in the near future and events keep booking.
Layla tried to keep her voice positive and upbeat.
We'll be fine. You already have another work order, 2 in fact.
Cosette motioned toward a basket in one corner.
Maintenance drops them off here.
Okay. Layla reached over and grabbed the small stack of papers. She picked up the first one and squinted, trying to read the chicken scratch. We need work orders for light bulbs?
That means we're running low. We keep them on hand so we don't have lighting issues at events. Stacia was a stickler for that kind of thing.
Layla tried to keep the despair at bay as she took in the total.
I guess burned out bulbs wouldn't look very professional. This says we're ordering an entire case. It's cheaper if we order them in bulk.
Spend a penny now to save a penny later. Layla sighed.
Okay then, what do I do?
Cosette pointed to a line on the bottom of the paper.
You sign here, then put them in the out basket. I take them to accounting at the end of the day. They approve the funds, and then maintenance orders the new parts.
Layla nodded, signing her name with a flourish. She picked up the next order, flinching at the dollar amount. Water damage to the second-floor bathroom?
I hadn't heard of that one. I guess maintenance noticed something when they did a walkthrough.
Layla rose, sending her computer to the lock screen. Maybe Stacia didn't use a password, but she certainly did.
Let's go take a look.
Cosette's eyes narrowed in confusion.
You want to look at the second-floor bathroom?
Layla blinked, surprised at the question.
Well, yeah, I need to see what kind of damage has been done before I approve this work order. I guess that makes sense.
Layla led the way out of the office, Cosette following close behind.
Stacia never checked before signing the work orders, did she?
Layla asked. Cosette's cheeks were stained pink.
She was always so busy.
Stacia hadn't checked the work orders, hadn't password protected her computer, made mistakes in the ledgers. What else had been hiding beneath her ready smile and competent hands? Maybe Daddy had been right to fire her.
This is one thing we're going to make time for,
Layla said.
You or I will check out every major work order before it's approved. They climbed the stairs to the second floor and strode down the hallway, bypassing the first bathroom and stopping outside the second. Layla pointed to the 10-foot-high door. It's this one, right? Cosette nodded. Okay, then. Layla pushed open the door. A light automatically flicked on, illuminating the space. This bathroom had all the charm of an 1850s powder room, while featuring all the conveniences of modern living. A pedestal sink stood beneath a large, oval-framed mirror. A small collection of expensive soaps and lotions sat in a wire basket, and hand towels rested on a cabinet. A basket to discard used ones stood underneath. Layla took in the room as though she'd never seen it before, trying to envision it as an event coordinator and not someone who'd grown up here. She could see why people paid top dollar and waited a year to get married at Cypress Grove. Water damage. Right. Layla focused on the floor, searching for whatever water damage looked like. Maybe a giant puddle of murky water. The tiny mosaic tiles were definitely dry, the grout between them a brilliant white. Shouldn't there be mold or mildew or something? Cosette asked, her lips turned down. I'm not sure. Layla crouched down, no easy feat in a restricting skirt, and ran her hands along the cool glass hexagon tiles. No bubbling, and none of the tiles are cracked or uneven. I really don't know that much about this kind of thing. Me either. Layla rose and placed a hand on her hip as she surveyed the rest of the room. Everything looked fine to her. There must be something maintenance noticed that we aren't seeing, Cosette said. Layla ran a hand along the wall. Something wasn't adding up here. No way this bathroom needed work. Shouldn't the paint be peeling along the baseboards? Maybe they wrote down the wrong bathroom, Cosette suggested. Layla snapped her fingers, clutching at the simple explanation. The misaccounted ledger items had her unnecessarily suspicious. Yeah, that's gotta be it. The first bathroom looked identical to the one they'd just left, right down to no indication of water damage. Layla folded her arms, pressing them into her stomach. There was no reason to panic. Yet. They submitted a $3,000 work order for one of these bathrooms. Cosette's eyes were wide. She tightened her ponytail, then smoothed a hand down her blouse. I don't know anything about this kind of thing, but that seems like a lot. We haven't had any guests complain about either bathroom, and they look great to me. I'll talk to maintenance about it. There's probably a simple explanation for the whole thing. But even as the words left Layla's mouth, they felt like a lie. Someone from maintenance had submitted this work order. Would they really tell her if it was false? They could pull out some plumbing jargon, and Layla wouldn't know a truth from a lie. She planned parties. Plumbing issues and bathroom repairs were well outside the realm of her expertise. She didn't even know if $3,000 was a reasonable amount for water damage repairs. She needed to talk to an impartial third party who she could trust to tell her the truth. Her hands trembled, and she pressed them against her skirt as she walked so Cosette wouldn't notice. There was only one person to call in this situation, and she dreaded the conversation. Chapter 10. Tyler stood on the sagging front porch of the Victorian, eyeing the appraiser. A gentle breeze snapped through the air, finally bringing with it a hint of fall. Despite being almost Halloween, most days the humidity was still thick enough to drink. The appraiser tapped on his tablet with a stylus. He was so short Tyler could see the wisps of graying hair on the top of his shiny scalp. Tyler's limbs were shaky with anticipation. The sellers had accepted his offer 2 weeks ago, after 3 days of negotiating. Tyler was happy with the selling price, a full $10,000 under asking, but the worry that he was buying a money pit was still hard to dispel. He'd never spent this much money in his life. The appraiser was his last line of defense against a bad decision. Katrina had highly recommended the man, and Tyler trusted her judgment. After another 2 minutes, the appraiser snapped his tablet shut
and stowed it in a briefcase. "The place has good bones." Tyler let out a whoosh of air. "I'll have the official appraisal for you by tomorrow night, but I don't see anything overly concerning. If the market doesn't change, you should make a good profit after the renovation." Tyler held out his hand. "Thank you so much." "A pleasure. I hope we can work together in the future." The appraiser locked up the house. 2 weeks, and Tyler would have the keys. He waved, and the man's car disappeared down the quiet drive. Tyler gave the house one last look, then climbed into his own car. He might not have Layla, but he'd found the perfect property to start his new business with. He started the engine, but before he could put it in gear, his phone buzzed with a text. Tyler swiped it open. It was probably his mother, asking how the appraisal went. Tyler had a feeling both she and his father were hoping something showed up that made the property a bad purchase. But the text was from Layla. Tyler's heart pounded in his chest, and he started sweating despite the AC pumping from his vents. Their last fight still hung over him like a dark cloud. The text was only 2 lines, and all business. "Can you come into work a little early tonight? There's something I want you to look at." He reread the text, trying to pull out any possible subtext. Was she looking for an excuse to apologize? Hoping he'd apologize? Every time he thought of doing just that, he remembered that she was engaged to another man. Maybe her text was just that, a text from his new boss. Cosette had told him she was the new event coordinator, and he'd seen her running around at the party last night, obviously still avoiding him. "Sure," he typed back. "See you about 4:30. The response came almost immediately, the beep of the notification sending a shot of adrenaline through his body. "Thanks." He dropped the phone back into the side pocket of his cargo shorts. Worry curved around his heart and under his rib cage as he drove away from the house. He missed everything about Layla. Their late-night strolls, easy conversations, and making her laugh. What he'd give to take her by the hand, lead her through the property, and share his vision for the space. But that was ridiculous. She'd probably laugh in his face if he called to tell her that, especially after the fight. As he drove towards Cypress Grove, something else curled around his heart. Hope. He'd given up on Layla too easily. Today, he would apologize, and then he would win her back. Tyler pulled up to Cypress Grove and got out of the car, his palms sweaty with anticipation. What was it about Layla that turned him into a total idiot? He found her in her office, stick-straight hair obscuring half her face as she leaned close to a computer monitor. He knocked gently on the doorframe. She looked up, a tight smile stretching across those kissable lips. She'd given him so many opportunities to kiss her. Why hadn't he taken even one of them? If he had, maybe she wouldn't have agreed to marry Grant. "Hey," she said, rising from her desk. "Thanks so much for coming." "No problem." He shoved his hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels. An apology froze on his lips. Apologizing would mean reminding her he'd admitted his feelings, and she'd rejected him. Layla had every right to be upset. She'd given him signals all summer, and he'd been too scared to act. His eyes landed on the ring on her left hand, and frustration tightened his vocal cords. He wasn't the one who ran off and got engaged. "I'm sorry." 2 little words. Why were they so impossible to say? "What can I help you with?" he asked instead. "Come with me." She rose gracefully and motioned for him to follow her from the room. Her hips swayed with every step, those heels making her legs look amazing. He shook his head, forcing himself to look away. Winning her back sounded so much easier in theory. As they climbed the staircase to the second floor, his curiosity grew. He'd expected her to ask his opinion on a new wine, or maybe ask him to bartend an additional event. They passed by a dark room, and he imagined pushing her inside and kissing her senseless in the dark. Maybe that was the best way to overcome this argument and make her forget Grant.
How much do you know about plumbing?
Layla asked. Abruptly, he snapped back into the present. Enough to get by. I helped my parents remodel their bathroom last summer. What's going on? Layla glanced around, then took a step toward him. The scent of her strawberry shampoo made his knees grow weak. I'll tell you in a minute, she said, her voice low and husky. His eyes drifted to her lips. She inhaled sharply as he took a step closer.
I need you to look at these bathrooms,
Layla whispered. Wait, what? Layla stepped away, and his heart constricted.
The bathrooms, Layla said. Just look, okay?
Okay. He drew out the word, not sure where she was going with this. Didn't Cypress Grove have maintenance staff on hand? Layla opened one of the 10-foot-tall, solid wood doors. A light flickered on automatically, and Tyler took in the small space. Pretty roomy for a half bath, perhaps 10 feet by 10 feet. The porcelain on the pedestal sink gleamed, like someone had recently wiped it down. He'd never seen chrome so shiny. How did they manage to get all the water spots off the spout? Focus, he reminded himself. Layla obviously wanted him to find something wrong with the bathroom. He flicked on the water, but the pressure was good and the flow normal, with no sputters in the line or leaks around the seals. What am I looking for? He asked, as he turned his attention to the toilet.
I don't want to color your opinion, Layla said. I'll tell you in a minute.
Fair enough. He turned his attention to the toilet. Some cutesy little baskets stood beside it with rolls of toilet paper. He lifted the tank lid and flushed. The float bobbed down and the basin began filling once more with water. Everything seemed normal there. He replaced the lid and glanced over at Layla for a sign. Was he getting hot or cold? The pinched expression on her face gave no indication. It felt like a challenge to try harder. He knelt beside the toilet and flushed it again. This time, he examined the seal around the base. No water leaked out, and the bead of caulk was intact. Toilet's working fine, he said, and the sink seems to be doing okay, too. Layla's scowl deepened. It looked out of place on her usually sunny countenance. She pushed her bangs out of her eyes, a nervous gesture he'd come to recognize in Europe. Keep looking. Something was going on here, and he didn't think it had anything to do with their fight. Okay, not the sink or the toilet. In a half bath, those were usually the major issues, unless it was electrical. He walked over to the wall sensor and examined it for any signs of burns. Nothing. Tyler motioned Layla outside with his hands and followed her into the hallway. 2 seconds later, the lights flicked off. When he re-entered the room, the lights flicked on again. So it probably wasn't electrical. Water damage, perhaps? Unlikely with no leaks around the sink or toilet, but worth a shot. He craned his neck back and examined the ceiling, looking for cracks, bubbles, or discoloration. Nope. The floor, maybe. With careful, deliberate steps, he paced the length of the room. No tiles shifted beneath his feet. In desperation, he opened the doors on the corner cabinet, but not even the hinges squeaked. Great. Had he failed some weird test by finding nothing wrong with this bathroom? It was in perfect condition, near as he could tell. A standard to aim for when renovating his own home. He raised a shoulder, looking at Layla with a stomach full of dread. I give up. What am I supposed to be looking for? Her arms dropped, and she pursed her lips into a tight line. You didn't find anything? Tyler scratched the back of his neck, the accusation ripping through him. What had he missed? He looked around the space again, desperately trying to find something out of place. No, I'm really sorry. Breath whooshed out of her. She was coiled tighter than a spring, her spine stiff and shoulders tense. I got a work order for this bathroom yesterday, Layla said. Tyler blinked, jabbing a thumb over his shoulder. This bathroom? Yes, for $3,000. Whoa. That would almost be enough to remodel an entire full bathroom, much less a half bath. He looked around again, taking in the pristine paint, shining porcelain, and sparkling chrome. For what? Water damage. He choked out a laugh. They can't be serious. Yeah, I thought it sounded wrong. Apparently, Stacia trusted the maintenance crew and signed the work orders blind. Her eyes narrowed, a clear sign of disapproval. He'd seen it in Europe when she was upset with the customer service at a restaurant or hotel. $3,000 is a lot for water damage, Tyler said. That's almost how much I've budgeted to remodel an entire bathroom with a tub and shower in the home I want to flip. There should be signs of the damage. He ran a hand over the wall as he took it in with a more critical eye, searching for specific evidence of the problem. What kinds of signs? If the wall pipes are leaking, there should be discoloration in the wall, soft spots. He tapped his knuckles against the sheetrock. If it's really bad, we'd find mold. Layla nodded, her intense eyes missing nothing. And if it's not the pipes? Tyler slipped into contractor mode, liking that Layla had come to him for an opinion. If there was a problem in either the sink or toilet, the caulk around the base of each would erode. You'd see a rust-colored stain, and it might spread to the tile. But it's perfect, Layla said, her tone flat. Yes. Flooring issues would cause the ceiling underneath this room to bubble. He squinted, imagining the layout of the home. What he wouldn't give to examine the blueprints of this place, just for fun. There's another bathroom directly below here, right? I think so. I don't know if this is good news or not. Layla pushed back her bangs again. Cosette and I couldn't see anything wrong with this bathroom either. There's another bathroom on this floor, and we thought maybe maintenance wrote the wrong one down. Will you look at that one and the ceilings beneath both rooms? Sure, Tyler said, a new kind of dread filling him. Dread for Layla and the mansion she loved. A faulty work order might be a sign of negligence, or it could be a sign of something more sinister. Tyler had heard of contractors who ordered parts on the company dime, then sold them on the side. The second bathroom was in pristine condition as well. So was the bathroom and sitting room on the first floor, which sat directly below the two bathrooms upstairs. Everything looks fine, Tyler said grimly. There's no way $3,000 worth of repairs need to happen in either room. Layla let out a gusty sigh. This makes no sense. Why would maintenance submit a work order for something that doesn't need to be done? He frowned, folding his arms. I don't know if you want my answer. Layla looked around, searching the hallway where they stood. She took a step closer, lowering her voice. I've been going over the accounting records with Cosette, trying to see if there's any way we can cut corners. Her breath tickled against his cheek, a gentle caress that had him struggle to focus. I keep finding items Cosette says weren't really purchased or used at the events. He took a step away from Layla, struggling to clear his head. Unnecessary work orders, account books that lied. His mind whirled as he tried to put together what she was saying. You mean someone's falsifying the books? Layla closed her eyes and sighed. I think someone's embezzling money. Chapter 11. Layla folded her arms, the spacious mansion sitting room suddenly feeling chilly. Embezzling. How unreal that she just said the word aloud. Tyler's eyebrows shot up at the word, and his lips parted in surprise. Neither of them had apologized, but much of the tension of the last 3 weeks had disappeared over the past half hour. Layla was so glad. She needed her friend. Are you serious? Tyler said. Layla lifted a shoulder. What other conclusion can I possibly draw? Tyler glanced up at the ceiling, as though seeing the perfect bathroom that most definitely didn't need $3,000 in repairs directly above them. My first guess was a contractor submitting faulty work orders. Sometimes that happens. They buy the materials needed for the fake order, then sell them on the side. Now it was Layla's turn to raise an eyebrow. Does that sort of thing happen a lot? Often enough that it's a concern. Layla mulled the idea over. Oddly, that was a more comforting thought than embezzlement. It seemed less sinister somehow. Too bad it didn't add up. How does that explain the incorrect expenses in the event ledgers? Layla asked. It doesn't. Layla swallowed and nodded. She knew he was right. A door slammed, and Layla jumped away from Tyler. How had they ended up standing so closely together? She brushed her bangs back from her forehead, suddenly very aware they were talking openly in a fully staffed mansion. We shouldn't discuss this here. I don't want to tip off whoever's stealing money that we're on to him or her. Tyler nodded. That's probably for the best. I need to start my shift anyway. Layla fidgeted with the hem of her blouse. Can we talk somewhere private? Tomorrow, maybe? I haven't told anyone else my suspicions, and I could use some insight. Tyler scratched the back of his neck. What about Grant? Layla rested an arm on Tyler's bare forearm, heat traveling through her fingers and straight to her heart. Please, Tyler. There's no one else I trust. Something sparked in his eyes before disappearing. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he nodded. I know someplace we can go. Want me to pick you up? She definitely did, but thoughts of Grant had her shaking her head no. What if a reporter caught a photo of her climbing into some other man's car? Mr. Davenport would be furious. If you give me the address, I can meet you there. Maybe about 10 o'clock? Tyler nodded. I'll text it to you now. Moments later, her phone buzzed. Thank you. Layla fought back the lump in her throat and took a step back. I should go. Cosette's probably wondering where I am. Wait. Tyler's fingers threaded through Layla's, tugging her to stop. Layla inhaled sharply, staring at their clasped hands as longing nearly overwhelmed her. It took everything in her not to throw herself into his arms. Tyler glanced at their hands and quickly dropped hers. His eyes flicked up, then to the floor, then back to her. What is it? She asked. He blew out a breath and shoved his hands into his pockets. I'm sorry for everything. Tears pricked at her eyes, and she quickly blinked them back. Me too. His shoulders visibly relaxed. Tomorrow at 10, then. Tomorrow, Layla agreed. Tyler stared up at the house, bubbles of excitement punctuated by rocks of fear in his stomach. He'd imagined Layla here so many times, and now she was actually coming. He walked up the cracked sidewalk, which buckled in the middle from the roots of the willow tree he couldn't wait to chop down. Weeds had overtaken the yard, erasing any order that might have once prevailed. The roof of the veranda sagged on one side. The pole holding it up had buckled from dry rot and would need to be replaced. Katrina's silver SUV pulled up to the curb. She stepped out of the vehicle and gave a little wave. Hey, Tyler. Hey. Tyler carefully walked down the rotting steps and shook Katrina's hand. Thank you so much for coming today. I'm more than happy to do it. She smiled widely. Another week and you'll own the place and can come over whenever you want. Tyler wiped his sweaty palms on his jeans. That's a bit terrifying. Katrina laughed. This is a great property, and it's gonna look spectacular when you're done. Who's the friend you're showing the house to? Someone I worked with in Europe this summer. An engine revved down the quiet street. A cherry-red convertible with the top down pulled to a stop right behind his ancient green Toyota, the music blaring. It cut off mid-lyric when Layla cut the engine. She emerged from the car, her long hair pulled back in a high ponytail and cascading down her back. She picked up a creamy white leather purse and tossed her sunglasses on the passenger seat. Tyler stuck his hands in his pockets, forcing himself to stroll casually instead of run toward her. It had been less than 12 hours since he'd seen her last, but it felt like 12 days. Hey, she said, giving him a tentative smile. She shaded her eyes, staring up at the house. So this is where we're meeting? This is it. Tyler tried to see the old Victorian through Layla's eyes. Was she noticing the peeling paint, collapsing porch, and buckling wood? Or did she see the possibility of something amazing? It's beautiful. Layla pointed to the turrets on either side. How charming is that? He exhaled in relief. They don't make them like this anymore. Layla turned toward him, purse swinging in the crook of her arm. Is this one of the houses you're thinking of flipping? It's the house. I close on it next week. Layla let out a happy squeal and threw her arms around his neck. His arms wrapped around her instinctively. He buried his face in her hair and pulled her closer, craving the physical contact. He hated the distance between them since leaving Europe. He wanted this Layla, the warm, bubbly girl who wasn't afraid to show her affection, forever. A throat cleared loudly, and Layla pushed him away. Her cheeks glowed pink as she faced Katrina. I'm so sorry, Layla said. I didn't realize anyone else was here. Katrina smiled, a teasing glint in her eye. I'm Katrina, Tyler's real estate agent. Layla Anderson, she said, giving Katrina a handshake. Katrina glanced quickly at Tyler, and his anxiety spiked. Katrina recognized the name and connected it with Cypress Grove. Why hadn't Tyler thought of that possibility? Of course, Katrina said. Congratulations on your engagement. Layla's left hand curled around her back. Was she trying to hide that monstrosity of a ring? Thank you. Katrina was nice enough to come over so I can show you inside, Tyler said. Layla's eyes brightened again. I can't wait. This is so exciting, Tyler. You're really doing it. Katrina picked her way across the unstable wood porch and opened the lockbox, removing a key. He chose a good property. I have every confidence this house is going to look amazing when Tyler's done with it. He can do anything he sets his mind to. Layla squeezed his hand before quickly letting go. Tyler flexed his fingers, confusion tearing through him. Was Layla having second thoughts about her engagement to Grant? Katrina looked back and forth between them, an almost imperceptible furrow between her eyes. Yes, well, should we go inside? Definitely, Layla said. The musty scent of a home shut up for too long hit Tyler full in the face. He glanced over at Layla, but her face was smooth, eyes sparkling with anticipation. I'll be in the kitchen making a few phone calls, Katrina said. You two take as long as you want. Thanks, Katrina, Tyler said as she disappeared into the kitchen. This home is amazing, Layla said, her voice infused with enthusiasm. She pointed to the staircase with its curved banister. That is a perfect staircase for a debutante to descend from for a date. Tyler laughed, folding his arms. A debutante is going to live here? She tossed her ponytail over one shoulder. Every Southern girl is a debutante. You could get vintage picture frames and create a collage on the wall. You know I'm not keeping the house, right? Layla playfully shoved him. Let me have my fun. He laughed. Maybe I'll let you help me stage it for the open house. Layla's laughter died, and her sea-green eyes grew deeply serious. I would love to help. Tyler cleared his throat and took a step back. I guess we'll start with this floor. The living room is right over here. The ghastly yellow paint still assaulted his eyes every time he entered this room. The carpet crunched under his feet, just like always, and sunlight filtered through the dirty bay windows, illuminating the dust floating in the air. I know it's not much right now, but I've got a vision for it, Tyler said. There are gorgeous solid wood floors underneath this awful carpet. It's amazing. Layla pointed to the dirty windows. That's going to be the perfect place for a Christmas tree. This room has great natural light, and the crown molding is gorgeous. Pride swelled in Tyler's chest, and he fell for Layla all over again. She saw all the amazing things about this house, just like he did. Exactly. This place has all the character that makes me want to restore old properties.
I'm so proud of you.
Layla rested a soft hand on his arm, sending tingles all over his flesh.
I know how scary it is to take this risk.
He took a deep breath, then rested his hand gently over hers. You made me brave enough to finally take the first step. Layla ducked her head and stepped away.
Is the dining room through here?
Yeah. Confusion clouded Tyler's mind. He didn't know how to interpret all these mixed signals. Tyler showed Layla the dining room and kitchen. Katrina was indeed making phone calls before taking her to the sunroom he planned to convert into a laundry room. He showed her the study with gorgeous built-in bookshelves, then motioned upstairs. Watch your step, he said. Some of the boards are loose. It was hard not to watch Layla's hips sway as she carefully ascended, keeping a hand on the short railing for balance. Grant might have the pedigree for someone like Layla, but could he make her smile the way Tyler could? Layla paused at the top of the stairs, waiting.
How many bedrooms are up here?
3, plus a bathroom.
Perfect for a young family then.
I think so. Tyler led her into the surprisingly spacious master bedroom. There's an old powder room I can convert into a small master bathroom, which will help the resale. Layla nodded, looking around.
What about a walk-in closet?
Tyler tugged at his shirt collar. Oh, I hadn't thought about it. She laughed.
Typical man. Every woman wants a big closet.
Duly noted, Tyler said. I'll see what I can do.
I can't wait to see what you do with this place. How are you going to sell it when you're done? I think I'd grow too attached.
Tyler shrugged, knowing it wouldn't be easy. I can't live in every house I flip.
I know, but this one is so amazing.
He laughed. Let me show you the bathroom up here, then you'll have seen everything. I'm warning you, it isn't pretty. She rolled her eyes.
Sometimes I think you don't know me at all.
I can handle it. Tyler cocked his head to one side, appraising Layla. Her breath quickened, and she brushed her bangs out of her face. I want to get to know you better, Tyler said quietly. I moved to South Carolina, didn't I?
Tyler.
He squeezed her hand for the briefest of moments before dropping it. We can talk when Katrina's gone. Let me show you the bathroom. Layla nodded. Tyler leaned against the doorframe, watching Layla as she observed the small space. Obviously, I'm going to completely gut the room and start over, he said. She wrinkled her nose, and he fought the urge to lean forward and kiss it.
Yeah, this is pretty gross.
He chuckled. The toilet bowl contained horrifying stains, and the sink had rusted around the faucet. The caulk around the base of both had been eaten away by water damage, turning the laminate flooring an unpleasant orange color. He'd probably have to rip up the entire subfloor and replace it. Layla pointed to the floor.
This is water damage?
Yeah, I've budgeted $3,000 to gut this entire room and replace everything. She swallowed hard, blinking rapidly.
I see what you mean now.
That work order for the bathroom at Cypress Grove has to be a lie. A heavy cloud descended over them, wiping away the easy banter they'd momentarily recaptured. There was no doubt in Tyler's mind that someone was stealing from the mansion. What are you going to do? Tyler asked. Layla shook her head and twisted her hair over one shoulder.
I've been thinking about nothing else since I discovered the discrepancies in the books yesterday, and I still haven't made a decision. I'm not even sure the work order is connected to the books. What if 2 different people are stealing from the mansion?
The worry and despair in her expression made Tyler's heart bleed. He reached out and pulled Layla to him. She went into his arms willingly, wrapping her arms around his waist as he rested his chin on her head. The embrace had grown familiar during their last month in Europe, and he relished its return. I don't know, he said, rubbing slow circles on her back, but I'm going to help you figure it out. She tightened her hold, face pressed against his chest. He wondered if she could hear the furious pounding of his heart.
Thank you.
I would do anything for you. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't make himself say them. Every harsh word between his parents ricocheted in his brain, but this didn't feel the same. Layla had looked at the train wreck of a house he was buying and shown enthusiasm and excitement. He hadn't even shown his mother a picture of the property because Tyler knew she'd tell him he was an idiot for buying it. That difference in reactions felt significant somehow. Layla stepped back, and Tyler's arms dropped to his side. Was it his imagination, or did she seem reluctant to let him go?
Show me the rest of the house, Layla said. Then we can talk.
Tyler rubbed his chin. There's not much left to see, just a crawl space underneath the house with a dirt floor. I've got some ideas for landscaping the outside that I think will look nice.
I still want to see it. It's important to you.
Tyler shook his head, but grinned. She'd never been more attractive to him. Layla peered into the crawl space and seemed excited about his plans for the yard. Katrina locked up the house and drove away with a wave, leaving Tyler and Layla standing on the front porch alone.
I guess we've run out of ways to avoid the subject.
Layla clasped her hands behind her back. We should talk. We can go to a coffee shop or... She shook her head and dropped onto the dirty and rotting porch.
Let's stay here, if you don't mind. It's peaceful.
Your dress is going to get dirty.
I'll change before work then.
She patted the empty spot beside her.
Sit down and tell me what to do about Cypress Grove.
Chapter 12. Layla loved everything about Tyler's house. She loved the quiet street lined with mature trees, the abandoned trike in a neatly manicured front yard across the street, and the detailed woodwork inside. It was easy to see why Tyler had picked this house as his first project. A breeze whipped Layla's hair back. Halloween was just around the corner, and she welcomed the cooler temperatures. What do you want to do about Cypress Grove? Tyler asked softly, breaking the silence. Layla sighed, wrapping her arms around both legs.
I'm not sure. I've gone over a dozen different scenarios since yesterday. I could investigate on my own and try to find out who's behind this.
That could be dangerous, Tyler broke in. You saw what happened in Europe when Paige and Nick investigated. Layla rolled her eyes.
Nick was a secret agent going after an international criminal.
Yeah, and Paige got shot twice because of it. We don't know who these people are or why they're stealing money. Desperate people do stupid things. Layla rested her head on his shoulder, liking the sound of we.
Don't worry, I'm not going after them alone. Besides, I've thought a lot about it and it makes the most sense if the two events are connected. It's too coincidental that two people would be independently stealing from the mansion at the same time.
So it's one person then. And we're agreed that you aren't going to go after them on your own.
Yes.
Layla squeezed Tyler's arm, then let go.
My next idea was to go to the police.
I like that idea, Tyler said. I vote we do that.
Layla laughed. But then I realized that the police won't take me seriously without solid evidence.
You have falsified books and a faulty work order.
Either of which could be explained away as accidents at this point, Layla said gently.
She loved this protective side of Tyler, loved feeling like a team. Tyler grunted. Okay, so what are you going to do? She took a deep breath.
I think I need to tell my father. He's the owner of Cypress Grove and he deserves to know.
Maybe he already does, Tyler said quietly. Layla raised an eyebrow.
What makes you say that?
Stacia was fired, wasn't she?
Yes.
Layla let out a gasp.
Tyler, that's gotta be it. Daddy said she was fired for sharing information with the competitors. What if it was more than that? What if he caught her stealing money?
Tyler furrowed his brow. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I only ever talked to Stacia over the phone. Do you think she's capable of stealing from the mansion?
I don't know. I never would have guessed she'd sell our secrets, and she did that. I have to talk to Daddy.
Everyone at the mansion seemed to really like Stacia. They're pretty shaken up over what happened. He bumped his shoulder against hers, sending a zing of electricity up her arm. Congratulations on the job, by the way. I never did tell you. The heated declarations from their fight loomed over them, and Layla blushed, focusing on the weeds pushing through the stairsteps. Unpaid job, you mean? But thank you. You aren't getting paid? Wait, that came out wrong. Sorry, it's none of my business. Layla laughed, peering up at him. His ears were red, and the freckles on his face more prominent. It's okay. And no, I'm not getting paid. I offered to help out to save money for the mansion. That was before I knew someone was stealing from us. Betrayal stabbed up her spine. What had Stacia needed the money for? Had she stolen the money in desperation because a loved one was ill? Or did she simply want to retire to a beach house in some non-extradition country? Who has access to the finances? Tyler asked. The entire accounting team, obviously, and my father, of course. But otherwise, it's just Stacia and Cosette. And I can say with 99% certainty it wasn't Cosette. No way could she handle that kind of pressure. Tyler laughed. I have to agree with you on that one. Stacia makes the most sense. No one would question what she puts in the ledgers since she's in charge of all the events. Yeah, but how does that factor into the work orders? Dang, Layla hadn't considered that. Maybe it's all just a crazy coincidence, Tyler offered gently. The records aren't up to date. Maintenance made a mistake. I don't know. It's possible. Possible, but not probable. Tyler sighed, leaning forward so his arms rested on his knees. Yeah, I just don't want this to be true. Me either. So you're gonna tell your dad? Yes. Silence stretched between them. Wind whipped her hair again, this time carrying a bit of a bite. The clouds had darkened in the distance and slowly rolled toward them. She should get in her convertible and drive back to Cypress Grove. No doubt Cosette needed her help. But Layla didn't make a move to get up. There was something so peaceful about sitting on Tyler's front porch, and she wanted to prolong the morning as long as possible. This house is so perfect for you, Layla said. When do you close? Tyler shifted, the unstable steps creaking under his weight. Next week, if everything goes well. I've got enough from my student loans to start the demolition and renovation immediately. The tips from Cypress Grove should help fill in the gaps. Layla's heart warmed. She loved that, in some small way, Cypress Grove was helping Tyler achieve his dreams. Yet another reason to save the mansion. I'd love to watch this place's progress. Layla could almost smell the sawdust from freshly cut wood, hear the buzz of power tools, see the dumpster parked in the cracked driveway. It's going to be spectacular when you're done. I'm already jealous of the future homeowners. Tyler grinned, nodding enthusiastically. I was actually pretty nervous to show this place to you. I didn't know if you'd like it. It's so run down and dilapidated. Nothing like what you're used to. Layla stiffened, the words like a slap to the face. Why wouldn't I like it? This place is gorgeous. It will be, Tyler agreed. Did he not hear the warning in her voice? He'd backpedal fast if he knew what was good for him. But right now it's kind of a mess, nothing like Cypress Grove. Layla rose, heat piercing her cheeks. So because I grew up in a mansion, I can't appreciate something like this? The first hint of panic crossed his face. He scrambled to his feet. No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Tiny drops of rain pattered against the concrete, leaving dark stains as they dissolved into the ground. Layla's chest constricted as she stared at Tyler, frustration evident on his face. You're so far out of my league, we're not even playing the same game, Tyler said. Layla folded her arms as the wind picked up speed. That is such a pathetic excuse. It's not an excuse. He tugged at his hair, making the shaggy strawberry blonde locks stand on end. I've seen it, Layla. My mother comes from a wealthy family just like yours. My grandparents own racehorses, and she grew up with the best life had to offer. But then she fell for my dad, a carpenter, and gave up everything for him. They've both paid the price ever since.
Are you saying your parents got divorced because your mom is rich?
Layla pushed her bangs off her forehead and gave a disbelieving laugh. It was a contributing factor, yes. His resistance all summer suddenly made so much sense. He'd talked about his parents once or twice. They weren't on good terms with each other, even years after the divorce, and she knew Tyler often felt caught in the middle.
We're not your parents, Tyler. You never even gave us a chance. Maybe money isn't important to me.
Isn't it? He took a challenging step forward. You're worried sick that you'll lose Cypress Grove.
That's unfair and you know it.
Is it? Tyler took another step forward, his shoes brushing against hers. I come to South Carolina 1 month after we're together in Europe and find out you're engaged to some pretty boy with a big fat bank account. Layla pushed against Tyler's shoulder, shoving him back.
We were never together. I made every move, but you didn't do a darn thing about it.
He captured her hands, pulling them against his chest. I was terrified you'd reject me. His skin burned through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, singeing her skin. She stared at her hand held so firmly against his heart. She could feel its rapid thrum beneath her fingers.
So what? You decided to reject me first?
I knew I made a mistake the second I got on that plane, Tyler whispered. He lowered his head, eyes blazing brightly. I'm here now, aren't I? Even though it scares me to death, even though my parents tell me I'm insane every time we talk, I moved to South Carolina. Layla, I moved here for you. Tears burned in Layla's eyes.
I've been waiting 5 months to hear you say that.
Tyler smiled that crooked grin she adored. Slowly, he lowered his head to hers. Layla rose up on her tiptoes, her entire body trembling with anticipation. She slid one arm around Tyler's neck as his eyes drifted closed. Her other hand trailed up his chest and her eyes fluttered closed, but a flash of rainbows danced across her vision. She paused, her lips a hair's breadth away from Tyler's, and stared at the engagement ring. She could close that last inch and give herself over to Tyler. For months, she'd ached for this. Was she seriously considering pushing Tyler away? But if she kissed Tyler, how would she explain her continued engagement to Grant? What if Mr. Davenport found out and refused to invest in Cypress Grove? Daddy said there was a clause in their contract that would allow just that scenario. Layla blinked, and a tear rolled down her cheek. She placed a trembling finger on Tyler's lips. His eyes fluttered open, the pupils dark and dilated. I can't, she whispered. His expression abruptly cleared, as though he'd been doused with cold water. He took a step back, and her arms fell to her sides, so very empty. Grant, he said. She blinked, barely able to see through the blur of tears.
It's so complicated.
He laughed, the bitter sound ripping through her soul. The patter of rain intensified, now heavy enough to reveal all the leaks in the veranda roof. A drop landed on Tyler's head and slid down his temple. It doesn't have to be. Would Mr. Davenport really find out if she told Tyler? Layla opened her mouth, ready to let the entire truth spill out, but fear closed off her vocal cords. She shook her head, more miserable than when Tyler had left her in Europe. That time had been entirely his fault, but this heartbreak was hers. Tyler pulled her forward, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I'm here now, Layla. I chased you to South Carolina, but I can't wait around forever while you marry another man. He took a step back, eyes full of pain. Let me know if you change your mind. Layla clutched at the crumbling porch post as Tyler jogged to his car and drove away. Then she sank to the steps with a sob. He'd been right there, finally ready for a relationship, and she'd let him go. Chapter 13. Layla sped down the rain-slicked roads. She'd been too busy crying to bother with raising the top on her convertible, and the leather seats were damp with rain. Tyler's hurt expression kept dancing through her head. Was Cypress Grove really worth losing him? She shook her head, pressing the gas pedal a bit harder. It was unacceptable to consider giving up her family legacy, her home, for a boy, even one she loved, who might love her back. No, Layla said aloud. Those can't be the only two options. If someone really was embezzling from Cypress Grove, it might be the source of their money troubles. Catching the culprit and restoring the proper cash flow could be enough to get out of her relationship with Grant. How much was Mr. Davenport investing anyway? She had to talk to Daddy. Layla pulled to a stop outside her home and crossed the backyard to the mansion. The ballroom teemed with employees preparing for tonight's wedding. Layla ignored all of them and headed straight for her father's office. The light was on and the door ajar. She let herself inside without knocking. Daddy looked up, surprise flashing across his face before he smiled. Well, this is unexpected. I thought you'd be busy with tonight's wedding. Layla sank into a chair, determination making her brave. There's something we need to talk about and it can't wait. Okay. Daddy's voice was wary, but he crossed his arms over his stomach and gave her his full attention. I'm listening. Layla pressed trembling hands against her stomach, then took a deep breath. I think someone's stealing money from Cypress Grove. Daddy sat up abruptly, placing his palms on the desk to steady the bouncing chair. Excuse me? Things aren't adding up. What do you mean? She should have thought this through and brought the evidence with her. Withdrawals are being made for faulty items in the event ledgers. Explain. His expression was unreadable, and a buzz of worry had her adrenaline spiking. For the first event I worked at last week, 3 eye sculptures were listed in the event ledger. But there were no sculptures at the reception. A withdrawal was made to an unknown account for the amount listed in the books, but there are no receipts to corroborate the purchase. She watched his eyes for a spark of concern, fury, anything, but they stayed carefully blank. And that's the only mistake you found? Layla swallowed hard. No, I've found mistakes in 3 events so far. I haven't had time to go over more. He nodded. Anything else? No surprise, no anger. Layla chewed on one lip. It was like he already knew. Stacia, this had to be why she'd been fired. A work order was submitted for water damage in one of the second-floor bathrooms. $3,000, but when Cosette and I went to look, we couldn't find any damage. I even had an independent contractor verify it was fine. Daddy's eyes narrowed, and he pressed a finger to his lips. We have maintenance staff on hand for a reason, Layla Jean. How much did that cost? Layla flinched at the harsh words. It was maintenance who submitted the order. It's not like I could trust them to give me an honest evaluation. How much? She folded her arms, cold fingers of unease making her spine prickle. Nothing, okay? I have a friend with a degree in construction management. He looked at it because I asked. Daddy leaned forward, steepling his fingers. I appreciate your concern, but we can't take the opinions of contractors not on the payroll as fact. Why are you being so weird about this? He took a deep breath, as though struggling for composure. I'm just pointing out that there are things you might not have considered. I know your heart's in the right place, but we're in a very tough situation right now. We can't afford any investigations due to incorrect insurance claims or something of the sort. That doesn't even make sense, and Tyler is an employee, okay? Go look at the bathroom yourself if you don't believe him. Wait, the new bartender is who we're talking about? Yes. Suddenly, mentioning him by name seemed like a very bad idea. We worked together on Destiny tours. He's a good friend. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, but please stop asking the bartender to give maintenance advice. I'll handle everything from here on out.
Layla rose, placing a hand on her hips. Why do I get the feeling you already knew about all of this? Daddy froze, his eyes wide and face growing pale. What do you mean? Layla took a step closer, lowering her voice. It was Stacia, right? That's why you fired her. She was stealing from Cypress Grove. Daddy relaxed into his chair and nodded gravely. Now you understand why I had to let her go. We have to tell the police about this. Stacia needs to be arrested, not fired. I told the police. We didn't have enough evidence to make charges stick. Layla raised an eyebrow in disbelief. We have receipts and ledgers. Stacia kept meticulous records. She trailed off, the words hitting her in a way they never had before. Stacia had kept excellent records. Why hadn't she also covered her trail better? It's unfortunate we couldn't prosecute her, but sometimes you have to let something go and move forward. Daddy rose, coming around the desk and clasping an arm around Layla's shoulders. He started towing her toward the door. I shouldn't have tried to hide it from you, and I'm sorry about that, but I didn't want to alert the rest of the staff and create a panic. I have everything under control. Layla ducked under his arm, planting her feet firmly. Is that why we're having financial difficulties? He swallowed, his eyes darting about the room. Yes, I'm sorry. So now that Stacia's gone, the problem should be over, right? We don't need Mr. Davenport to invest, and I don't need to date Grant. Stacia created a ripple effect that could take years to undo. So yes, we do still need Mr. Davenport. Your top priority is still keeping him happy. You can do that, right? Layla closed her eyes, but nodded. Yes, I'll keep dating Grant. Good. Daddy clapped her on the back. Now I really must get to work, and I'm sure Cosette's looking for you. Layla finally relented and let him lead her to the door. Daddy paused. Please don't mention this to your mother, okay? I don't want to worry her. Mom doesn't know? No, and we're going to keep it that way. Daddy leaned down, kissing Layla on the cheek. Thanks for coming to me with this. I'll see you at breakfast. Layla slowly walked back toward the ballroom. She'd expected to feel relief after talking to her dad, but the knot of worry in her stomach was tighter than ever. Chapter 14. Tyler tugged on the end of his bow tie, pulling it loose. He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt with a groan. Tonight's wedding reception had lasted an eternity. Who knew a Southern belle could party so hard and for so long? Weren't they all supposed to be demure and delicate? He thought of Layla and almost laughed. She was anything but delicate. The sass of her tongue was only matched by the fire in her eyes. That afternoon on his porch, he thought he was finally going to taste that fire. Then she'd put a finger to his lips and he'd had to say the one word he hated above all others. Grant. The air in this ballroom was stifling. It had been raining off and on all evening, turning the humidity up a notch. Tyler looked around his messy bar. His body ached with fatigue, but he had at least an hour of inventory and cleanup before he could head home for the night. One of the ballroom doors swung open, the gentle breeze cooling the perspiration dampening his skin. Tyler stared at his bar, then back at the door. The mess would wait. He threw his rag on the counter and headed outside. A few moments of fresh air would wake him up and make cleanup go faster anyway. The sun had set hours ago, and the autumn night chill felt good on Tyler's warm skin. He breathed in deeply, relishing the smell of damp dirt. The fireflies were long since gone for the season, but he could hear the low bellow of a bullfrog on the pond. He stretched one arm across his body, the muscles sighing in relief as tension oozed out of him. At least he'd made a lot of tips tonight. It almost made up for what had turned out to be a pretty crappy day. Tyler headed toward the pier, wishing he'd left his shoes in the ballroom. His feet were killing him after 9 hours standing. It wasn't until he was nearly to the pier that he noticed the silhouette of a woman standing there. He froze.
heart pounding in his chest as she turned around. The moonlight glinted off her high cheekbones, which shimmered as though she'd been crying. She held a phone to one ear. "I don't know," the woman said, the musical cadence of her voice sending shivers through his entire body. "This is so hard, Paige. I wanted him to kiss me, but I couldn't, you know?" Tyler's chest tightened, and he held perfectly still. "It's so complicated." Layla went quiet again, obviously listening to the other end of the conversation. "I can't explain that right now, okay? But I have reasons for being with Grant, and they're messy." Tyler closed his eyes against the pain that made it hard to breathe. Please let Paige talk some sense into her, he prayed. She'd always been so level-headed in Europe. "Yeah, Grant knows. One day I'll tell you the whole story. You aren't going to believe it, Paige. I feel like I'm living in a soap opera. But right now, I'm still figuring things out. My dad said some things tonight." Layla cut off abruptly, listening. "Yeah, I know, it's weird. I'm just trying to make sure everyone in my family is okay." She wasn't making any sense. It almost sounded like, well, like she was marrying Grant because her father had asked her to. He took a step forward, straining to hear. A twig snapped underneath his foot. Layla whirled around, the moonlight making her eyes seem even larger than normal. "I've got to go," Layla said into the phone. "Tyler's here." "Uh-huh. Bye." She clicked off the phone, and her hand slowly lowered to her side. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop," Tyler said quietly. "I can leave if you want me to." "No." Layla quickly brushed at her cheeks. "It's okay." This is a bad idea, his mind yelled. How many times could his heart take rejection in a single day? But his feet propelled him to her side. "Is everything okay?" he asked. Layla nodded, then shook her head. "I honestly don't know." He paused, careful to keep an appropriate distance between them. "How's Paige doing?" "Good," Layla sniffed. "She's almost graduated from physical therapy. She's pretty excited about that. Things are going well with school. Nick's around as much as possible." "None of that explains why you're crying." Silence stretched between them, tighter than a bowstring. The bullfrog croaked, and wind rustled through the trees in the distance. She wasn't going to confide in him. Tyler forced himself to accept this fact, to believe in the end he'd be okay. It was better she push him away now than after things were more serious between them. "I talked to my dad when I got back to the mansion." Layla wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. Tyler wished he had a jacket to offer her, but all he wore was a vest. "Told him about my suspicions." "And?" Tyler held his breath. The air felt heavy with significance. Somehow, he knew her answer would be important. "He totally brushed me off. When I pressed, he admitted Stacia was the one stealing, but if she was the one stealing, why didn't she cover her tracks better? She was more than capable of doing so." Tyler frowned, folding his arms. Everyone spoke of Stacia like she was an event coordinator goddess. She definitely sounded smart enough to hide what she'd been doing. "I don't know." "And I keep thinking about that work order. It couldn't have been sitting in Stacia's office for a week. I get at least one work order a day. There were only 2 sitting in that basket, but Stacia had been gone for 2 weeks. Cosette must have been approving them before I got there." The implication behind her words hit Tyler like a ton of bricks, and he gasped, which means Stacia couldn't have submitted that work order. Layla nodded, the moonlight reflecting off the top of her head. "Exactly. So why would my father lie to me?" "I don't know." Layla kicked off her heels, her dress poofing around her with the movement. She stood at the edge of the pier, staring at the water. "What a mess," she muttered. "I should have stayed in Europe." Her words connected with the conversation she'd had with Paige on the phone. "But if you were in Europe, you wouldn't be with Grant," Tyler said slowly. Layla's eyes flicked to his, then back to the water. "Yeah, I guess." "Yeah, I guess?" Tyler frowned. the dots creating a picture that had his heart pounding with hope. Layla. Tyler waited until her eyes met his in the shadowed darkness. Do you love him? People get engaged for lots of reasons. Not all of them are for love. Tyler gripped the edge of the pier, the rough stone digging into his palms. Are you telling me you don't love Grant? Layla's eyelashes fluttered against her cheeks, and she took a step toward him. How can I love him when I'm so hopelessly in love with you? His breath was trapped in his lungs. Warm heat rushed through him as he tried to process the words. You love me? She rested a hand on his cheek. You can't be that surprised. I spent all summer chasing you. You have the worst timing ever, Tyler Keaton. If you'd taken even one of the chances I gave you... He put a finger to her lip, cutting off her words. The warm exhale of her breath sent shivers down his spine, and he took a step closer. Slowly, he placed his hands on her tiny waist and pulled her closer. If you love me, then why are you marrying Grant? I'm not, she said, her fingers threaded together around the back of his neck, their touch icy cold. Tyler groaned, pulling Layla closer. Pinpricks of delicious fire ignited wherever her body brushed against his. What do you mean you're not marrying him? It's all for show. She tilted her head, staring up at him. A long story. I'll tell you another time. His mind whirled, trying to make sense of this new revelation. He dropped his arms, slowly pushing her back, needing distance. I think I'd like to hear the explanation now. She sighed, brushing a strand of hair behind one ear. Grant and I are engaged because of a business proposition our fathers entered into. We never even really met before the night our engagement was announced, which was a total shock to me, by the way. I agreed to a few dates and that's it. How was I supposed to know you were moving to South Carolina? A business proposition? Tyler ran a hand through his hair. He couldn't seriously be having this conversation. What was this, 1825? Grant went through a messy divorce a few months ago and his ex-wife can't seem to move on. Mr. Davenport seems to think it's negatively impacting car sales. Tyler snorted in surprise. When had he entered this crazy alternate reality? I know, Layla said, but he's so sure about this that he agreed to invest in Cypress Grove and save my family from bankruptcy if Grant and I would date for the press. The words fell over Tyler like a blanket. He pressed a finger to his lips, trying to see the situation from her point of view. Cypress Grove is doing that badly? Layla nodded, her head a faint outline in the dark. I couldn't say no, Tyler. And then when you showed up, she shrugged helplessly. I didn't know what to think. If Mr. Davenport thinks I'm going back on the deal, he'll go back on the deal and my family will lose everything we've spent generations building. But you found out who's embezzling, Tyler said. That means the financial troubles are over, right? She raised a shoulder in a helpless shrug. That's what I thought, but Daddy says it's too late and we need Mr. Davenport. How long is this supposed to go on for? I don't know. A few months, maybe. Layla took a step closer, her eyes begging for understanding. I love you, Tyler. I waited 5 months for you to admit your feelings. Can't you wait for me now? He pulled her close and closed his eyes. She melted into him, wrapping her arms around his waist. He rested his chin on her head, inhaling the scent of her strawberry shampoo. I love you too, Layla Anderson, he whispered. And you are definitely worth waiting for. She peered up at him, her eyes luminescent with tears. Thank you. He wanted to kiss her so badly it ached. Her lips were open and inviting, and he knew this time she wouldn't push him away. But, fake or not, she was engaged to another man, and he wasn't about to start their relationship off with secrecy and lies. So he settled for dropping a kiss on her forehead, his heart soaring with happiness, tempered by a thread of fear. "What now?" he asked. Layla's shoulders lifted in a shrug. "I'm going to keep investigating the books. Maybe I can find out where Stacia hid the money, and the police can help us recover the funds. I can't ask for Cosette's help anymore. Daddy will be furious if he finds out I'm still searching." "I don't understand why he's so upset about this." "Me either," Layla said. "Something isn't right, and I'm going to find out what." Chapter 15. Tyler leaned back in his chair, his back cracking at the motion. He let out a groan of pleasure. "Sorry." Layla closed the screen of her work laptop with a grimace. "I didn't mean to stay so late." "Don't apologize. I'm glad we got through so much tonight." Tyler rose, wandering into his kitchen and pulling out a glass. "Want some water?" "Sure," Layla said. "Then I'd better be going. I'm supposed to meet Grant in an hour." Tyler kept his face impassive, trying not to let jealousy shine through. For 2 weeks, Layla had come over to his apartment at 7 o'clock each morning, after they'd stolen 5 hours of sleep if they were lucky, and spent 2 hours going over past events from Cypress Grove. It was the only time of day she wasn't missed at the mansion or at home. They'd made it back nearly a year, and discrepancies had shown up on at least one event each week. Layla took the glass of water, leaning against his kitchen counter. His mouth grew dry as she placed the cup to her lips and took a long sip. After 2 weeks, the physical tension between them had neared a breaking point. Every night he dreamed about kissing Layla, then woke up and spent 2 hours trying to think about anything else. He wouldn't kiss her until she was officially his. Layla had told him the entire story during their mornings spent pursing the accounts. She seemed convinced Grant still loved his ex-wife, and Tyler chose to believe she was right. It was the only way to stay sane in this crazy situation. "An entire year," Layla said, setting her glass on the counter. "No wonder Cypress Grove is doing so badly. Nearly $500,000 have disappeared. Who knows how long this has been going on?" "I don't know." Tyler longed to reach out a hand and smooth the stress lines from her face. He curled his fingers reflexively and took a step back. Layla sighed and dumped the rest of her water down the drain. "I don't know what we'll do when we get to the end of the trail anyway. It's not going to change anything." "Knowledge is power," Tyler reminded her. It had become a mantra of sorts over the last 2 weeks. Layla rose on her tiptoes and brushed a quick kiss across his cheek, sending a jolt of fire through Tyler's entire being. He couldn't help it. His arms snaked around her waist, pulling her close. She rested her head on his chest with a sigh, and they held each other as time stood still. "This'll all be over soon, right?" Layla asked. "I hope so," Tyler said, kissing the top of her head. "It will be," Layla said. "Mr. Davenport can't drag this on forever. Grant's ex has chilled out a lot since the engagement was announced. That's got to count for something." The fate of his future rested in the hands of a jealous ex. Awesome. After Layla left, Tyler headed over to the Victorian and spent a few hours demolishing the kitchen and dragging the pieces to the dumpster. He'd spent every spare second at the property since getting the keys. Layla promised she'd join him soon, and he couldn't wait to show her his progress. At work that evening, everyone was on their best behavior. A state senator was celebrating his 60th birthday, and Mr. Anderson was in attendance. He wasn't the only familiar face. Tyler saw Carlton Davis, the casino and bar owner from his first event at Cypress Grove, making his way through the crowd, as well as a few local celebrities Tyler had come to recognize as frequent fixtures at these types of parties. He filled drinks and spoke with guests, a friendlier bunch than usual, as the night dragged on endlessly. His eyes followed Layla as she scurried around the party in a shimmery black dress with Grant on her arm, trying to play both event coordinator and guest. She'd been annoyed to no end when her father had asked her to attend tonight's party, but finally relented. Grant placed a hand at Layla's back as she leaned into him, making Tyler's blood boil. He handed a Manhattan to an elderly gentleman with a tight smile. Pretend relationship or not, he hated that someone else had a claim on Layla. They'd been engaged for nearly 2 months. How long did Mr. Davenport expect them to keep up the charade? A deep voice said, "2 fingers of bourbon, please." Tyler glanced up at the guest and felt his blood run cold. Mr. Anderson sat on a bar stool, his gold cufflinks glinting in the chandelier light. "Of course, sir," Tyler said. He grabbed a glass, willing his hand not to shake. He poured the bourbon and set it on a napkin. "Here you go." "Thank you." Mr. Anderson took a sip, his eyes never leaving Tyler. "I've seen you watching my daughter a lot these past few weeks." Tyler blinked, struggling to control his breathing. "She mentioned you helped her with the problem with the upstairs bathroom," Mr. Anderson continued. Tyler nodded. His mouth felt full of peanut butter. "I expect all my employees to stick to the job functions they're paid to perform. Looking into other matters won't be tolerated." Tyler felt as though puzzle pieces were scattering all around, and if he could just piece them together, a vital picture would come into focus. "It won't happen again, sir," he said stiffly. Did Mr. Anderson know that he and Layla were still researching the false charges on the accounts? "I'm not an idiot, boy. I know what's going on between you and my daughter. I won't let her latest crush destroy this family." Mr. Anderson finished the rest of his bourbon and stood. "It would be a shame if Cypress Grove had to start laying off employees. The newest hires are usually the first to go. Have a good night." Tyler's mouth fell open in shock. His hand shook with fury as he watched Mr. Anderson walk away. He knew. Tyler didn't know how, but he felt certain Mr. Anderson was aware of his early morning meetings with Layla and their purpose, and there was only one reason he'd want to stop them from happening. Layla scurried over, her eyes turned down in worry. "What was my father doing over here?" Tyler shook his head, disbelief washing over him. "Threatening to fire me." Layla gasped. "He knows," Tyler breathed. Her eyes widened. "Knows?" "Yes. I don't know how, but he knows that we're still looking into things." She glanced around, then leaned forward and lowered her voice. "Did he say that?" "Not in so many words, but the way he looked at me." Tyler trailed off as the final piece clicked into place. "Layla, I think he's the one taking the money." She took a step back, as though punched in the gut. "No." "Think about it." He glanced around, keeping his voice low. "Who else has access to everything? Nothing else makes sense." "It's Stacia," Layla said, her face red with fury. "We just have to connect her to the bank account and prove it." Tyler longed to step from behind the bar and wrap her in his arms, but it was too risky with this many witnesses. "You know there are too many inconsistencies for it to be Stacia." "Then why was she fired?" Layla said, her voice rising in fury. "Maybe she discovered what we've discovered." "No." She shook her head furiously. "I can't believe you'd even think to accuse him. He's my father, Tyler. Don't you think I know my own dad?" "He's using you," Tyler hissed, the weeks of pent-up frustration bursting forth. What kind of parent uses his child as a bargaining tool in business decisions? Has he asked you how this is affecting your life even once? What's he supposed to do, watch our legacy go up in flames? An elderly woman glanced over at them, clearly trying to listen in on the conversation. Tyler caught her eye, and she quickly busied herself with her champagne. "This can't be the only solution to your family's problem," Tyler said. "He solved a problem," Layla said. "If you would stop being jealous for 1 second. This isn't about Grant." Tyler stepped around the counter, no longer caring if he created a scene. "Layla." "No." She took 3 quick steps back. "You're wrong, Tyler. I'm going to prove it." Then she disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 16. Layla stared at the ledger, disbelief making her body numb. Her office wall clock ticked loudly, and she could hear a lone bird chirping on the tree outside her window. This wasn't supposed to happen anymore. Layla glanced at the event date again, confirming it was last night's party. She'd been going over the final tallies before submitting the file to accounting, a habit she'd gotten into since starting as an event coordinator. Item number 32 was a $2,000 charge for a candy bar Layla knew for a fact the couple had decided against. A receipt was conspicuously absent for the charge, but yesterday a withdrawal had been made to the same offshore bank account as all the others. Tyler's theory swirled into focus as the ledger swam before her eyes. It had been nearly a week since their argument. He called her the next day and begged her to accept his apology, but she told him she needed time. His accusations had torn through her soul and shattered her trust. She thought they were on the same side, but he turned on her family, turned on her. She sent her computer screen to lock and tried to breathe. Stacia couldn't still be making the withdrawals unless she had help from someone in accounting. Layla had changed all the passwords and the company network was closed and secure. But someone in accounting wouldn't know what items had been discussed and ultimately decided against for specific events. They didn't have access to the planning files and meeting notes. The only person with complete access was Layla and her father. She gasped, the entire world tilting. Her face flushed with heat, and she clutched the edge of her desk as dark spots danced in front of her vision. Cosette strode into the office, a bag from a nearby sandwich shop slung over one arm.
They were all out of honey wheat bread, so I got you artisan white. Hope that's okay.
Fine, Layla wheezed. Cosette quickly set down the bag.
Are you okay?
Layla shook her head. She hadn't wanted to see it, but the signs had been there all along. His lack of surprise when she told him about the embezzling. His insistence she stop investigating. The way sometimes what he said didn't quite match up with the details. And Stacia. Layla gagged and reached for a trash can. She heaved into it, expelling what little was left of her breakfast. Sorry, she gasped, wiping her mouth with a tissue. I don't think I'm hungry.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. Being sick is no fun.
Cosette reached into the sandwich bag and pulled out a bottled water.
Here.
Layla took the water gratefully, gulping it down. Her entire body was clammy with sweat. Why would Daddy steal money from his own company? Why would he keep stealing it even after trying so hard to secure Mr. Davenport as an investor?
I'm fine,
Layla said. Will you be okay alone for the rest of the day?
Absolutely. You go home and get some rest. I'll call you if I have any questions.
Layla nodded, mechanically picking up her purse. Thanks, Cosette.
Get feeling better.
She hurried from the room. The November chill settled in her bones as she trekked around the pond to her home. She opened the front door woodenly, dropping her purse onto the small table in the entryway. Layla? Mom called from the kitchen. Is that you, baby? Layla blinked back tears. Did Mom know Daddy's little secret? Had she helped him cover his tracks for who knew how long? It's me, Layla called, fighting to keep her voice steady.
I wasn't feeling well, so I thought I'd lay down for a while. Grant's picking me up in a couple hours.
Mom appeared in the entryway, frowning. What's wrong?
Just a headache. I don't think I've been sleeping enough lately.
Layla had found at least $500,000 that had been stolen from the mansion in the past year. What was Daddy using the money for? She racked her brain for something that made sense. He hadn't bought a new car. No renovations had been made to any of their homes other than what she'd done while in Italy. You're working too hard at Cypress Grove, Mom said. You need to make that assistant do more. She's getting a paycheck, you aren't. It's fine, Mom. Layla stumbled up the steps, desperate to escape before she lost it. Can I get you anything? Mom called.
No, thank you. I'm going to bed.
Layla shut her bedroom door and collapsed on the floor. Sobs shook her shoulders, and she fought to keep them silent. How could he do this to her?
to their family. And why? Shadows disappeared from the crevices of her room as the sun rose high in the sky. Tyler had been right all along. Why hadn't she trusted him? New tears fell, and she flipped open her phone to read the texts he'd sent her every day that week. "I'm sorry. I love you. Don't shut me out." She crawled to her bed and buried herself in the covers. She should text Grant and cancel their weekly planned meeting. Coordinating calendars was the last thing on her mind at the moment, but if she missed, Mr. Davenport would get upset. He might call her father, and Layla wasn't ready to face him. What would she say? 5 minutes before Grant was due to arrive, Layla forced herself to brush her hair and freshen her makeup. Grant seemed to sense her need for silence during the 20 minutes to Davenport Estate. She followed Grant through the now familiar home to Mr. Davenport's office. She expected to see him seated behind his heavy mahogany desk, as he had been every other week, but the room was empty. "Huh," Grant said. "He must be running a little late." "That's okay." Layla sank into a leather wingback chair, setting her purse beside it. "I don't mind waiting." Grant sat down beside her. "Is everything okay? You seem quiet today." Tears pricked at her eyes, and she quickly blinked them back. Nothing would ever be okay again. "No, but thank you for asking." What was the jail sentence for embezzling from your own company? 5 years? 25? Grant gently squeezed her hand. "You know I'm here if you need anything, right? I know we're just..." He motioned through the air as though trying to come up with the correct word. "Friends thrown together by circumstances, but I want to help." More tears threatened, and she gave him a watery smile. She hoped he'd be able to get over his ex-wife soon and find happiness. Grant was a good man. "Thank you." His phone rang, and he glanced at the screen. "There's Dad now. Will you excuse me?" Layla nodded. Grant stepped into the hallway, his voice muffled by the heavy wood door. Her lips felt chapped, and her eyes dry from too many hours spent crying. Layla set her purse on the desk and rifled through it for a tube of lip gloss. She dug deeper, feeling along the bottom. Why couldn't someone invent a bag that didn't turn into a black hole? The slick leather of her purse slid along the desk as she searched, sending a manila folder flying to the floor. Layla rolled her eyes to the ceiling. Why couldn't one thing go right today? She dropped to the floor with a sigh. There must be at least 100 pages now scattered under the desk. "Isn't this ladylike?" She grumbled as she crouched forward, reaching for the pages. She slid them toward her and gathered them in a stack. Hopefully Mr. Davenport hadn't had them in any specific order. She'd have to apologize when he arrived. A familiar name caught her attention, and her hand stilled on the page. Cypress Grove. She pulled the paper closer, heart thudding in her chest. An itemized list of all the faulty ledger items at Cypress Grove. Layla scanned it, blood rushing through her ears. The ice sculptures, the painted logo. The list went back at least 6 months, covering everything from when Stacia worked at the mansion. Layla set the paper aside and slowly picked up another one. She immediately recognized the last 4 digits of the offshore bank account the money had been transferred into. She set that paper aside and picked up another one. A grainy photo of her father stared back at her. She placed a hand on her heart and gasped. Daddy sat at a poker table, a stack of chips in front of him. The shot was wide and high, as though taken from a security camera, but she'd recognize that strong nose and receding hairline anywhere. Daddy was gambling again. Layla grabbed for another paper. This one a receipt. The logo for Carlton Davis's new casino was at the top. Layla gasped again when she saw Daddy's name next to the total. A door shut behind her. "Dad should be here in a few minutes. He got held up at the dealership on 9th Street. Layla?" She rose on shaky legs and handed the stack of papers to Grant. "Did you know about this?"
He flipped through the pages, his face growing noticeably pale as he took in the evidence. Layla chewed on a nail, feeling like she might lose the contents of her stomach again at any moment. "I don't want to believe this is true," he muttered. "Me either," Layla said. "But I think my dad is embezzling money from Cypress Grove, and I think your dad is blackmailing him for it." Chapter 17. Why would he do that? Grant set the folder on the desk with shaky hands and sank into a chair. Layla's legs collapsed, and she sat down as well. "Your guess is as good as mine." He grabbed the papers again, leafing through them. "How did he get all this information?" Layla brushed back her bangs with a trembling hand. She wanted Tyler, needed his strong arms around her. "I don't know." "Maybe he bought it from an employee?" She shook her head, holding a trembling hand to her mouth. Now wasn't the time to cry. "Maybe he hacked our computer network." "I doubt this information is kept somewhere easily accessible. Company networks are hard to hack." "I can't believe my dad's been doing this. He hasn't gambled in years." She couldn't hold still. Layla stood, shaking her hands as though that would keep her from crumbling. "I knew he had problems when I was little, but I didn't realize." Grant's arm came around her in a gentle hug. "We'll figure this out." Layla picked up another paper, reading through it. Bile rose in her throat. An email to Stacia suggesting Mr. Davenport would be happy to purchase any information on Cypress Grove, should she choose to share it. "He's buying off employees," Layla muttered, frantically flipping through the pages. She froze on another email, this one from Stacia. "I've found some information I trust you will find interesting," Stacia had written. "No doubt Mr. Anderson will discover what I know soon. IT keeps asking me questions about the timestamps on my computer. I think he knows I'm suspicious." A zip file had been attached to the email. Layla had a feeling it had contained the information surrounding her on the floor. "Stacia sent the info," Layla breathed. "The event coordinator you replaced?" The knives of betrayal had Layla gasping for air. She frantically searched through the papers, looking for anything else. "She found out my dad was stealing money, then sold the info to your father." "Here's an email from my dad to yours," Grant said. It says, "If Mr. Anderson can't convince you to date me, he'll turn the information over to the police." Layla couldn't read through her tears. She hung her head, the sobs begging for release. Her entire life destroyed in one afternoon. "Layla?" Grant crouched on the floor in front of her, his eyes filled with concern. All the heartache she'd caused Tyler, all the lies and time spent apart. What had it been for? Covering up her father's lie. She yanked at her engagement ring, struggling to pull it off. It slipped free, and she held it out to Grant with trembling fingers. "I can't do this anymore," she gasped. "I can't." "Shh." He dropped the ring on the desk and pulled her close, giving her a tight hug. "Of course, I'm not holding you to the engagement. We'll figure this out." "Figure out what?" A familiar voice asked from behind them. Layla and Grant broke apart. Mr. Davenport stood in the doorway, surveying the scene. His eyes zeroed in on the open folder on his desk and the papers scattered about the floor. "So you finally discovered your father's little secret." He walked into the room, and Layla fought the urge to run. "I must say, I'm a little surprised it took you so long. I have expected you to be in on it all along." Layla stood, forcing her voice to be strong. "You're blackmailing my father." "And he's embezzling money from his company." Mr. Davenport sank into a chair with a sneer. "I saw him at the casino one night about 6 months ago. He was sloppy drunk and begged me for 10 grand so he could play another hand. Didn't take much to get the whole story from him." 6 months. How long had Daddy been gambling again? Had he ever stopped? Layla clenched her trembling fists. She wanted to jump on Charlie Davenport and rip his eyes out.
So you decided to force me to date your son?
It seemed a pretty fair trade. If I turn what I know over to the police, your father will be headed to jail in no time flat. His assets will be seized, and Cypress Grove will disappear. He'll lose everything important to him, just like that.
Mr. Davenport snapped his fingers together, and the crack made Layla flinch.
And so will you.
Dad! Grant's voice was filled with shocked horror. Mr. Davenport turned to Grant, his eyes blazing with passion.
I'm doing this for you, son, for our family. Elizabeth is ruining everything. Elizabeth is ruining my life, maybe, but it isn't impacting Davenport dealerships, no matter what you think. I've seen the sales reporting. Fluctuations are typical this time of year.
Mr. Davenport slammed his hand on the desk.
She's ruining your reputation. I haven't worked for 30 years to have us accepted in this community so she can throw it down the drain.
Why did Stacia send you the information? Layla broke in. The delight on Mr. Davenport's face made her positively nauseated.
Harvard isn't cheap. Her son's going to be a surgeon thanks to me. She kept putting me off, but when your father fired her, she really had no choice.
Layla took a step back and held up a shaking hand. You're sick.
You know blackmail's illegal, Grant said, his voice full of fury. What's having you arrested gonna do for the family reputation? To Davenport dealerships? I'm not going to jail.
Mr. Davenport picked up a page and flung it to the floor.
Layla can't turn me in without implicating her own father.
And you can't turn in my father without implicating yourself, Layla shot back.
You are so naive. Haven't you ever heard of an anonymous tip? By the time the police think to question me, all this information will be long gone. It'll be your word against mine, and I've spent a lifetime building my reputation in this community.
You're insane, Layla whispered, almost to herself. Certifiable. Grant placed a hand at Layla's back. Let me drive you home, he whispered. Mr. Davenport jabbed a finger at them.
If you walk out that door, it's all over. I'll turn everything over to the police.
And I'll issue a statement saying I was blackmailed into dating your son, Layla shot back.
Let's go, Grant whispered. You're making a mistake,
Mr. Davenport yelled as they hurried out of the room.
He won't go to the police, Grant said as they hurried to his car.
Layla opened the door and slid inside. How can you be so sure? The grim look on his face told her all she needed to know. Clammy sweat chilled Layla's entire body. Would Mr. Davenport really go to the police? Was he crazy enough to step on board a ship and set it on fire? Dread filled her stomach, and she knew what she had to do. Grant pulled to a stop outside her home. How were they here already? She stared up at the red brick that had once felt like a sanctuary and now felt like a prison. Prison. Like the place her dad might end up. She turned to Grant, grasping her hand in his. I'm so sorry, I didn't know. He held up a hand, silencing her. His eyes were sad, but his voice calm. They both made their beds, and now they'll have to lie in 'em. You deal with your father, and I'll deal with mine. Maybe we'll both be visiting them in jail after today, she said bitterly. He squeezed her hand. If we are, it's their fault, not ours. We didn't know, Layla. Don't you dare blame yourself. You either. She rested a hand gently on his cheek. You're a good man, Grant Davenport. Thank you for everything. He turned his face into her palm and placed a gentle kiss there. I'm so sorry. Me too. Layla watched Grant drive away, then took a deep breath. It wasn't like today could get any worse. It was time to face her parents. The house was painfully silent. She stepped carefully on the wood floor, avoiding the section she knew creaked. The IRS or FBI or whatever government agency dealt with embezzlement would probably seize the house soon. Layla had a trust fund separate from her father's holdings. The government couldn't take that too, could they? Maybe Destiny Tours would let her return for a third year.
She should have saved her money from this summer instead of spending it all on expensive dinners and spa days in Italy. Gloria stood in the kitchen with a flour-dusted apron and a smile on her face. "Haven't seen you around in a while," she said. "Fruitcake will be ready in a few minutes if you want a slice."
Maybe later.
Layla swallowed hard. Gloria had to be close to 65 now. Where would she find a job when the Andersons had to lay her off?
Have you seen my parents?
"They're in the study, I think."
Thank you.
Layla leaned down, brushing a kiss on Gloria's cheek. "What was that for?" Gloria asked, smiling.
I just appreciate everything you've done for us through the years. You've been like a second mom to me, and I love you.
"Oh, I love you too, honey." Gloria gave Layla a hug. "I'll save an extra slice of fruitcake for that." Layla's smile dropped as soon as Gloria's back was turned. She opened the double doors and let herself into the study. Déjà vu made her breath catch as she took in the scene. Daddy leaned against the desk, surveying the mansion out the picture window as he sipped a cup of coffee. Mom lounged in a chair, a crossword puzzle in her hands. "Darling." Mom closed the book and sat up. "How did your date with Grant go? Are you feeling any better?" "You were sick?" Daddy asked.
Just a headache."
Layla glanced at her dad, then quickly looked away.
I need to talk to you. Both of you.
"Of course, dear." Mom folded her hands in her lap and looked up at Layla expectantly. Daddy stepped closer, his brow furrowed in concern. "Did Grant do something to make you feel uncomfortable?" She almost laughed at the question. Grant had never been anything but a perfect Southern gentleman. Daddy, on the other hand.
It's nothing like that.
Layla took a deep breath, looking back and forth between her parents. She wanted to savor this moment, when everything was right between them. Neither of them knew that everything was about to change. Layla didn't know what the next few months would bring. A police investigation, maybe a trial, probably moving for Layla and her mom, and jail time for Daddy. Right now, everything was still right with the world, but it was all a lie.
Daddy.
Layla folded her arms, her gaze boring into his eyes. She saw him swallow, caught the flash of fear in his eyes.
Are you embezzling money from Cypress Grove to cover up your gambling addiction?
Mom let out a shriek, and Dad's face grew ashen. Layla's stomach fell, and the sick reality of the situation fell over her like a dark cloud. Part of her had hoped he'd deny it, that it was all some sick joke. The horror on his face told a different story.
That's ridiculous.
Mom looked back and forth between Daddy and Layla, the movements jerky.
It's ridiculous, right, Drew? You haven't gambled in years.
At least Mom hadn't known. Layla didn't know whether that made her feel better or worse. Mom was innocent, just like Layla. But, just like Layla, her entire world had just collapsed. Daddy's eyes flicked to the ground. Suddenly, Layla felt so very exhausted. Her hero, her idol, had fallen off his pedestal, and she'd never again view him the same. "I fell off the bandwagon once or twice," Daddy said, "but I've got it under control and I'm fixin' everything." Layla let out a hollow laugh.
You're being blackmailed by Charlie Davenport. He's probably sending an anonymous tip to the police right now. You're gonna lose everything.
She pointed to her mom.
We're gonna lose everything. That's not under control.
"How did you find this out?" Daddy demanded. Layla shook her head, too tired to relate the story.
That's not important. What's important is that Grant and I are no longer dating. Mr. Davenport isn't happy.
Her voice caught on the last word, but she forced herself to continue.
You should go to the police first. I think it'll be better if you turn yourself in. Maybe the judge will take that into consideration and be more lenient.
She brushed her bangs off her forehead. Mom faced Daddy, her face glowing red with rage.
How could you do this to us? She shrieked. You put our entire family at risk. our reputation, our financial stability, our future.
It was a mistake, Daddy said. Mistakes happen, Annette. How much have you lost? Annette. How much? Layla rose and quietly stepped into the hallway as her parents' words grew more heated. There would be days and weeks ahead to sort through all the emotions. Today, she was too tired. She collapsed on her bed, feeling as though pieces of her soul had been stolen away. For so long, she fought to save Cypress Grove. In the end, it hadn't mattered. She'd lose everything now. Her fingers curled against her phone. Not everything, something whispered to her heart. Maybe, just maybe, she still had Tyler. It was time to find out. Chapter 18. Tyler glanced up at his home, satisfaction pouring through him. The week of radio silence from Layla had served one purpose at least. He had all the new sheetrock up, and he had a plan to win back Layla. Back at his apartment, he showered and got ready for a night bartending at Cypress Grove. Tonight, he'd corner Layla and convince her they had to communicate with each other. Accusing her father like that, with no warning and in public, had been rash and unacceptable. But relationships were rocky. That didn't mean they weren't worth the ride. His parents were wrong. Two worlds could collide in a positive way if both halves of the couple were committed to making it work. And Tyler was 100% in. Now it was time to find out if Layla was as well. He wandered into the kitchen and grabbed the stack of posters from his kitchen counter, flipping through them. The photography store had done a great job. When he wasn't working on his home, he spent the last week going through the photos of him and Layla in Europe. Somewhere in those pictures was proof they didn't come from such different worlds. If this didn't convince her how very serious he was about their relationship, nothing would. He balanced the posters on one arm, then grabbed one more thing off the counter, a black velvet box. On the tree-lined drive that led to Cypress Grove, Tyler passed by a white Mercedes headed in the opposite direction. He craned his neck, confirming it was indeed Grant alone in the vehicle. Good. That meant Layla was probably home. He bypassed the employee entrance to the mansion and headed toward the pond, nerves making him sweat. Tonight, he'd lay it all on the table. One way or the other, he'd know where he stood with Layla. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and he prayed the weather would hold out. He was nearly finished setting up when his phone buzzed with a text. Layla. Her 3 simple words sent his heart soaring. I need you. He grinned and quickly texted back, Look outside. Layla flew to her window, gazing at the mansion. She searched the ballroom windows, which were dark and empty, since it was still early afternoon. Where was he? She rose on her tiptoes, moving her gaze down to the pond. Were those posters set up all around it? Tyler stood on the concrete pier in his bartender's black slacks and charcoal gray vest. He raised a hand, the goofy grin she so adored on his face. Layla flew down the stairs, the sound of her parents arguing still floating from the study. She ignored it and pushed open the doors to the veranda. A poster stood at the opening of the porch, staked into the soft clover with thin wire. Layla stared at the photo, a grin spreading across her face. She and Tyler stared up at her, their faces smeared with melted chocolate as they stood beside the Trevi fountain. We both love gelato, the caption read. Thunder boomed. Dark clouds rumbled overhead, and the November breeze had her shivering. Layla stepped off the porch and followed the pathway to the pond. A few feet down, another poster was staked into the ground. This one showed them on top of the Eiffel Tower, grinning like fools. Neither of us is afraid of heights. She quickened her pace, eager to see which picture was next. This one showed her laughing as a cow licked her hand on the Swiss Alps. We both enjoy hiking, the caption read. Thunder rolled again. Tyler stood on the pier, still grinning like a fool. Her heart quickened as she raced to the next poster, and the next one, and the next one. She slowed her pace as she stepped onto the concrete pier. Tyler reached down and picked up a poster, holding it in both hands. Thunder echoed on the breeze, and Layla laughed at the picture. It was from one of their first weeks in Europe. Layla stood in the rain, arms open wide as her clothing clung to her skin. "We both love the rain," the caption said. "I guess Mother Nature wants to help me out." Tyler dropped the poster to the pier and stepped over it. "What are you doing?" Layla asked. He gently threaded his fingers through hers. "I've spent a lot of our time together worried about all the ways we're different. But what I haven't spent as much time thinking about is all the ways we're the same." She smiled, tipping her head toward the posters. "It would appear we do have quite a bit in common." Tyler nodded, his eyes serious. "My parents spent their entire relationship bickering about their differences, and it tore them apart. But we're not my parents, Layla, and I'm not about to make the same mistake." "I think that's a wise decision. You haven't even taken me on an official date yet." "But we have had our first official fight. More than one, in fact." "I'm sorry. I had no right to say what I did last week." Layla put a finger to his lips, sorrow piercing through her happiness. "You were right." "What?" She let her hand drop. The pain Tyler's present had erased had returned, but it didn't hurt quite as much as before. He'd somehow cushioned the blow. "My father is the one embezzling. Mr. Davenport's been blackmailing him." "Oh, Layla." He wrapped his arms around her, and she clung to him, breathing in the scent of freshly cut wood. "I'm so sorry." "Me too." She blinked back the tears. There would be days and weeks and months ahead when she would cry. Right now, she wanted to relish this moment. "But one good thing came out of the discovery." "Oh?" He cocked his head, staring at her with concerned eyes. She held up her left hand and wriggled her fingers. "I gave Grant back the ring." He grabbed her hand and stared at it. Then he raised his face to the sky and let out a whoop of laughter that was soon lost in a crack of thunder. "No more Grant?" he asked. "No more Grant." Layla placed her hands on either side of his face, electricity sparking at the contact. "The only man in my life from this moment on is you, Tyler Keaton. I love you so much." "I love you too." He buried his hands in her hair, slowly lowering his lips toward hers. This time, nothing stopped them. Tyler's kiss was better than she imagined, firm and tentative and hungry all at once. Layla clung to him, her heart soaring with each gentle touch. He kissed her neck, her eyelids, her cheeks, then finally found her mouth once more. Thunder shook the ground. The heavens opened, and rain poured down on them. Layla laughed and pulled Tyler to her once more, tasting his lips. Kissing Tyler didn't come close to her fantasies. The real thing was so much better. "Remember when you danced in the rain in Europe?" Tyler whispered against her lips. Layla laughed, pointing to the now soggy poster on the pier. "How could I forget?" "That was the moment I started falling in love with you." She threaded her fingers through his hair. The rain plastered it to his head, turning the strawberry blonde a light brown. "I think I've always loved you, Tyler Keaton. I just hadn't met you yet." His laughter rumbled in her ear, causing a delicious shiver to race through her body. "Well, in that case, why don't we put something else on your finger?" Layla drew back, searching his face for a hint of what he meant, while her heart pounded in her chest for an entirely different reason. "What?" Slowly, he sank to one knee and flipped open a velvet box. Layla gasped, her shoulders trembling as rain ran down her face. "I love you, Layla Anderson," Tyler said. "I want to spend the rest of my life loving you. Will you marry me?" "Yes!" Layla shouted. Tyler slipped the ring onto her finger with a trembling hand. Whether from the cold or from nerves, she didn't know. It was a simple, solitaire diamond on a thin gold band, just as she'd always imagined it would be. She sank to her knees on the pier and threw her arms around her fiancé. He laughed and pulled her close, his warm skin counteracting the chill of the rain. As his kisses wove a web of magic around them, Layla managed to forget about money. She forgot about her father's betrayal and the future of Cypress Grove, and everything but Tyler. He was her family, her future, and her home, all rolled into one. Epilogue. 7 months later. Layla lifted her face to the sky and breathed deeply. The June air was heavy with humidity, and dark clouds gathered overhead. She smiled, praying for rain. It would be the icing on today's wedding cake. Ready? Cosette asked. She wore a mint green chiffon dress that flowed around her calves and had curled her hair becomingly. Layla took a deep breath and accepted the bouquet of red roses. Ready. The two women had grown close over the past 7 months. Cosette had been an unexpected support during this trying time. Both women had been lucky enough to be rehired by the new owner of Cypress Grove. Layla was now officially the event coordinator, with a salary and everything, and Tyler continued to bartend. The new owners had been good to them, and she couldn't be more grateful. Layla followed Cosette out of the mansion and down the soft clover hill to the pond. Spanish moss draped the nearby trees, and lily pads floated on the surface of the water, their flowers in full bloom. Rose petals dotted the concrete pier. A gust of wind rose up, sweeping a few of them into the pond. Layla clutched the bouquet, nervous excitement racing through her. She searched hungrily for Tyler. They'd driven to Cypress Grove together, but even an hour apart felt like too long. She found him at the end of the pier, dressed in a brand new gray suit, with his hands clasped in front of him. Her heart flipped, and it took all her willpower not to race past Cosette and throw herself into his arms. She'd never seen a more handsome man. A minister stood next to Tyler, along with the contractor he'd made friends with while renovating their Victorian home. Both Tyler and Layla had spent every spare minute on the place. They'd finally moved in yesterday. She couldn't wait to live there after they got back from a short honeymoon in Charleston. There'd always be houses to flip. Katrina was already looking for their next potential property, but the Victorian was theirs. Cosette walked down the pier, and Layla followed in her simple lace dress. Tyler grinned her favorite sideways smile, and butterflies exploded in her stomach. 7 months ago, she never would have considered getting married in a quiet ceremony, wearing an off-the-rack dress bought on clearance with only a minister and 2 friends as witnesses. But since her family's assets had been seized, Layla had learned money wasn't as important as she'd always thought. She could live without a lot of things, but she didn't want to live without Tyler. They'd considered who they wanted at the wedding, Paige and Nick at the top of the list, but in the end decided to quietly elope on the same day they'd first met exactly 1 year ago. Tyler bounced on his feet, waiting impatiently for her to reach him. She laughed when he gave up and met her halfway down the pier, hand outstretched. The last 7 months had been a hailstorm of vitriol from polite society. Once her father and Charlie Davenport were both arrested, Layla knew life would never be the same. The trial would start soon. Both men would probably serve time in prison. Layla's sense of safety had been shattered, but she was slowly rebuilding her relationship with both parents. Her mother had fled to New York and was trying to decide whether or not she wanted to remain married. Every conversation Layla had with either parent now centered around money. Their lack of it, how Daddy had lost it, what they'd do without it, how they could get more. It was exhausting, and she found herself pulling away. She loved them, but didn't want the constant stream of negativity invading her life. But Layla couldn't think about that today. This was all about her and Tyler and the life they were starting together. He stared at her, his eyes glowing. "I love you," he mouthed as the minister began the ceremony. She smiled and mouthed, "I love you too." "Do you, Tyler Keaton, take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, as long as you both shall live?" the minister recited. "I do," Tyler said, slipping the ring onto her finger. "And do you, Layla Anderson, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, as long as you both shall live?" he repeated. "I do," Layla agreed. She took a simple gold band from Cosette and slipped it onto Tyler's hand. It was practical and beautiful and quiet, just like him. "You may now kiss the bride," the preacher said. Layla rose on her tiptoes, and Tyler crushed her to him in a hug. His mouth found hers, gentle and warm and full of promise. Cosette laughed, and thunder rumbled overhead. "We did it, Mrs. Keaton," Tyler whispered against her lips. "Yes, we did," Layla agreed, and the first drop of rain hit the ground.
Hey readers, thank you so much for listening to my audiobook. I hope you enjoyed reading it or listening to it because I really enjoyed writing it and I love being able to bring it to you. If you could just do me a quick favor and if you could like and subscribe to my channel, that'll make it so that I can put out more audiobooks as I get the rights back to them. And if you would like and comment on this video, it'll help it get out to even more readers so that they can find and enjoy my books. Thanks for listening.
This has been Kiss Me in the Rain, a Kiss Me romance, written by Lindzee Armstrong, narrated by Carly Hutchins.